EU mask policy, the only individual that can take off their mask is the speaker, or unless you are eating or drinking. I will be introducing each speaker with their bio and their paper titles. We will be holding questions until the end. So we're going to go through each of our 3 presenters and then the questions towards the end. And so to be courteous to all those in the room, we will be using the ASL clapping sign rather than audible clapping. For those online, please feel free to submit questions via the chat function on Zoom. Speakers, I ask that if someone asks a question that you can repeat the answer for everyone to hear. For those who are wanting to access CART, links have been emailed to you, but you can also access them on the bostontheological.org/conferences website. And you will all see that conference information there. So the first speaker and presenter I would like to introduce is Ben Bond from Yale University. Ben is in their final year. Ben Bond is in their final year. I'm so sorry. As a Master's of Divinity student at Yale Divinity School and the Institute of Sacred Music. Ben is a co-founder and former co-chair of Yale Divinity School's first disability student organization, Divine Abilities. They are on an ordination track with the Christian Church, Disciples of Christ denomination, and are passionate about furthering the work of disability liberation theology in both academia and the church. The title of his presentation and paper is The Disheartened Disability Community, Howard Thurman's Fear, Hypocrisy, and Hatred in the COVID-19 Pandemic. Thank you, Ben, for being here.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Anna. Pleasure to meet you. Yeah, so let's get started. Thank you all for being here and for being present in whatever form that takes for you. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay. Yeah. So everyone can see the slideshow present. There's any thumbs up? Cool. Yeah, so as Hannah said, my presentation is The Disinherited Disability Community, Howard Thurman's Fear, Hypocrisy, and Hatred in the COVID-19 Pandemic. My name is Ben Bond. I use he, they pronouns. And as Hannah said, I am a student at Yale Divinity School, pursuing Master's Divinity, and I'll graduate this semester. Also just wanted to model image descriptions. I am a white male-presenting person with a purple shirt, a brown beard, brown hair, and yeah. And I'm hoping to incorporate some image descriptions of some of the images that I'm using throughout the presentation. So hopefully I can do that effectively. So, yeah, if everyone can hear me okay too, I'm hoping. If not, I can adjust that. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Victoria. So, let's get that. Our conversation today is about Howard Thurman and his book, Jesus and the Disinherited. Howard Thurman is a theologian from the 1940s when he wrote this book. And for those unfamiliar with Black liberation theology, was someone that really helped act as a blueprint for a lot of the work of James Cone and other Black liberation theologians. Had a large influence on folks such as the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, was considered a Christian mystic, and was really invested in the work of social justice. And the paper that I'm sharing with you all today, the context for this paper, I wrote it back in the fall. And the reason I was initially going to do a lot of reworking of it, but I felt like it was really a helpful historical document, even in the small amount of time it feels like since that paper was written, of demonstrating a disability perspective in the moment, and how a lot of the things that were talked about in that paper came to be in unfortunate ways. So that was part of the context for why I wanted to share the paper in the way that I have, and hopefully by the end of the presentation, I can share some updated information that goes along with it as well. And then also content warning. I'm going to be sharing some photographs of protesters, anti-mask protesters, anti-vaccine protesters, and those images may be unnerving for folks. We've lived through a collectively traumatic experience. So feel free to, prepare yourself for that, or however that feels most appropriate for you. And then hopefully I'll also kind of accompany each slide with a little bit of reading through what the signs say for folks who would appreciate an audio description, or who appropriately need that. So yeah, I'll get started with the paper itself. The paper begins, Howard Thurman's three hounds of hell, fear, hypocrisy, and hatred, depicted in his book, Jesus and the Disinherited, are reveling in the violent chaos, the disinherited face in our current moment. This text potency for present readers nearly 80 years after its publication is both a testament to its revelation of truth and the disconcerting fact that the backs of the disinherited are still firmly pressed up against the wall. As a disabled activist in the hollowed halls of Yale University, I attend in-person classes as the global COVID-19 pandemic rages on. This week, the death count in the United States alone surpasses 700,000 people. I also just wanted to flag, I will be using language that has been traditionally used and weaponized against the disabled community, and hopefully reclaiming in powerful ways. We crippled, weak, and helpless disabled people know what it is like to be thrown away, to be the dog that yelps at the mere threat of violence. We are the vulnerable that the temporarily non-disabled would rather sacrifice than protect, to continue to enjoy their nice cocktails in restaurants, restful vacations abroad, and yes, even their ivory towers. Thurman speaks to the heart of the matter, giving us an ethical framework that roots the liberation of the disinherited and the doing away of these three hounds of hell through love, as modeled by Jesus and his religion. The short paper aims to explore Thurman's framework through the lens of disability during the COVID-19 pandemic, to evaluate its strengths and potential shortcomings for the liberation of the disinherited disabled. Fear is one of the hounds of hell that has its teeth around our throats. We are surrounded by an invisible force that can kill us at any moment and can be brought about by even our dearest loved ones. COVID-19 for disabled people is fear incarnate. It requires us to depend upon the goodwill of the very people who enforce our oppression, as we need temporarily able-bodied people to resist their death-dealing actions, which continue to spread and mutate this virus. Thurman's story of the neighborhood dog who yelps at the mere threat of violence captures the space we disabled people inhabit in this current moment. We now have vaccines, a gift that has kept many of us alive. However, we know that the immunocompromised are more likely to experience a breakthrough case of the Delta variant with devastating consequences. I'm going to now read the image on the screen, Fear. And it's a woman holding a sign saying, "I fear God, not COVID," along with a rosary. And the next image of Fear is a protester holding a sign written, "There's nothing written in the Constitution that says I have to forfeit my rights because you're scared." The trouble with our semi-vaccinated world now means that there is some level of safety that we now have that we didn't have before. Possibly like the dog in Thurman's story, who was beaten on the street but later gained safety inside the enclosure of a fenced lawn. However, as Thurman writes, there are a few things more devastating than to have it burned into you that you do not count, and that no provisions are made for the literal protection of your person, end quote. Which is a reality that the past 18 months have cemented into our psyche as a disabled community. We yelp in fear when we learn there is a zero-tolerance policy for life-saving virtual instruction many disabled students need to survive. We cower when we are told we must sacrifice our education for the academic death cult of in-person instruction at the altar of, quote, returning to normal, end quote, even if it means a few disabled people must be forced out of a degree along the way. Thurman offers us a balm for this fear in the knowledge of our ontological security as children of God. I wonder if, even though we may intellectually understand the knowledge of our Imago Dei, I worry that this alone is not enough to convince the body to forget the somatic trauma responses that have taken deep root in the disinherited through our experiences. Thurman talks about this reality as the war of nerves, where the threat of violence, quote, is ever present, and there is no way to determine precisely when it may become crushing down upon you, end quote. This is our moment. Though we are now safer within our vaccinated fences, we know that a mutation may arise that evades the vaccine entirely. It is clear to us that our academic institutions have chosen not to have a plan B, which means if the in-person house of card comes crashing down, we will once again go through the same cycle of violent disregard that left our bodies rife with trauma in the first place. Even still, Thurman asserts that internalizing the knowledge that we are all children of God is essential for the liberation of the disinherited. Thurman's second hound of hell is hypocrisy, which claims that the disinherited are lesser than the oppressor, which under the rubric of being God's children is fallacious. Thurman talks about how the disinherited utilize deception for survival by bolstering the oppressor's sense of superiority. I can think of how my wheelchair-using friends know the bad optics of a temporarily able-bodied person expressing anger publicly at them to ensure their needs are met. Though this is a technique of survival, Thurman might argue that it does a disservice to both the oppressed by allowing their subconscious to internalize inferiority and allowing the oppressor to similarly reinforce their notions of superiority. Thurman urges sincerity in one's interactions to combat this deception, though not guaranteeing that this sincerity will protect the disinherited. Thurman writes, quote, "In the presence of an overwhelming sincerity on the part of the disinherited, the dominant themselves are caught with no defense. If the position of ascendancy is not acknowledged tacitly, and actively by those over whom the ascendancy is exercised, then it falls flat, end quote. In essence, Thurman argues that when human dignity is reclaimed through sincerity, the oppressor is left without weapons and a place of authority. And to give an image description of this slide, we see folks being served a cocktail under very post-apocalyptic imagery, where the waitress is face shielded, face masked, and the person receiving the cocktail is also face masked. And the next slide, for hypocrisy, we see the unfortunately infamous signs that say, "I want a haircut," "I need a haircut," "massage is essential." These were protests of anti-lockdown sentiments during anti-lockdown protests, and people being committed to that, those inconveniences being worth protesting about in spite of needs of the greater community. The final hound of hell is hatred. Thurman recounts how racism towards the Japanese became a publicly encouraged prejudice that was supported by the project of nationalism after the bombing of Pearl Harbor. He recounts a taxi driver who, without prompting, begins deploying racial epithets about people of Asian descent, as it was now encouraged behavior. Upon reflection of this phenomenon, he writes, quote, "But for the most part, we are not vocal about our hatred. Hating is something of which to be ashamed unless it provides for us a form of validation and prestige. If either is provided, then the immoral or amoral character of the hatred is transformed into positive violence," end quote. This has been the case similarly with the COVID-19 pandemic. Temporarily able-bodied people reflect upon their time in lockdown quarantine with contempt. They experienced a semblance of what it is like for many of us, disabled people, on a daily basis, and rejected it with ferocity. There is now an ethos to never experience being disabled again at any cost. This hatred of being handicapped by a COVID world was subconsciously conflated with a hatred for disability and the disabled. This can be seen in the abject refusal of the vaccine, people denying that COVID is real as they are literally dying from the virus, and a neoliberal vision of a triumphal return to normal which will never come to pass. I have come to understand this as an ableist backlash from temporarily able-bodied people that aims to eradicate any reminders of the negative experience of being required to act for the collective common good. Just as Jesus knew that hatred, quote, meant death to the mind, death to the spirit, death to communion with the Father, sick, end quote. We disabled people know that it is hatred which severs us from our interdependent whole as a community of beings. Love is the antidote that Thurman urges for the disinherited and oppressor alike. He claims that through the universal truth of our humanity, we can use love to banish the hounds of hell and their dominion over us, as Jesus himself presented in his teachings. This vision of a liberative love, at least on the surface, relies upon a very individualist narrative of overcoming the hounds of hell through personal spiritual enlightenment. However, the lens of disability might aim to broaden this narrow view of love beyond the individual agency to the collective agency of communities of the disinherited. Jesus did not lead his life in a vacuum of isolation, and neither do any of us. It may be that the ethical framework given to us by Thurman are also not effective in isolation. and they may in fact require collective, multi-generational, revolutionary effort that holds systems and institutions accountable for their actions in order to engage in reconciliation and healing. Disability knows the dangerous fantasy that is rugged individualism, which will require the disinherited to band together in an effort of mutually inclusive liberation. And that leads me to talk about where are we now? Since writing this paper, we, the disabled community, witnessed the CDC, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, state the overwhelming number of deaths, over 75%, occurred in people who had at least 4 comorbidities. So really these people are who were unwell to begin with. And yes, really encouraging news in the context of Omicron. Without any dog whistle necessary, it was a clear thrust of eugenics bias, the institution which is supposed to protect the public health of our country. And it was a clear demonstration from our government in terms of how they value or do not value disabled lives, and see our deaths as encouraging. And as the paper predicted, Omicron evaded immunity that was granted by the vaccine that prevented folks from catching COVID. I don't know if y'all remember that part of the pandemic when the vaccine prevented us from contracting the disease at first. Yale ended up rescheduling its semester with the first 2 weeks being on Zoom in the spring. And as I predicted in the paper, there was not a very well thought out backup plan for when the variant would come, a commitment to the belief that everything would be fine. And unfortunately now we reached nearly 1 million dead in the United States, with 250,000 since the fall of 2021. And in conclusion, fear, hatred, and hypocrisy are at the heart of temporarily able-bodied reactions to COVID-19. And disabled joy will spring from interdependent, revolutionary movements that dismantle ableist systems of oppression. And thank you for your time and presence. This has been my presentation, and I look forward to Q&A after getting to hear everyone else's wonderful presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ben. That was amazing. Thank you. All right. And now it is my pleasure to introduce the second presenter for this session. And I'm going to be presenting to Madeline Jarrett from Boston College. Maddie is a PhD student in systematic theology at Boston College. She is an alumna of the University of Notre Dame and received her MDiv from Boston College's School of Theology and Ministry. Her research interests include embodiment, grace, disability, and temporality. In addition to her academic research, she loves creating art, engaging in disability advocacy work, and connecting with others in the disability community. The title of her paper is Crypt Time as Messianic Time, Insights from the Disabled Body on Temporality and Futurity. Thank you, Maddie.
Okay. Oh, do we need to like unpin his? Can everyone hear me okay? Great. Thanks, Hannah, for the introduction. I'm just going to jump right in. The lives and futures of persons with disabilities are often associated with tragedy, pity, and hopelessness. Feminist disability scholar Alison Kafer identifies narratives of, quote, grim crypt futurity as a contributing factor to this association. The first part of this study highlights the function of futurity in the lives of disabled individuals, focusing particularly on narratives of grim crypt futurity and its rootedness in curative time. The second section discusses temporality through the lens of, quote, crypt time, which offers a more creative, accurate, and robust conception of disabled temporality. In the third section, I will explore the ways in which crypt time finds a parallel in the Christian conception of messianic temporality. I suggest that messianic time is a theological means of re-envisioning crypt time, emphasizing the disabled and resurrected Messiah as an energizing and hopeful symbol of disabled embodiment. Ultimately, this paper highlights the power of messianic temporality for deconstructing narratives of grim crypt futurity and energizing a new paradigm of present existence for the disabled and temporarily abled alike. Our North American sociocultural ethos often imagines disability primarily as a pitiable tragedy that effectively prevents an individual from leading a good or meaningful life. Kafer identifies this as narratives of grim crypt futurity, as mentioned above. This vision of futurity imagines disability as largely prohibiting the possibility of flourishing, meaning, contribution, or joy in the lives of disabled individuals. Perceptions of grim crypt futurity are linked with conceptions of what Kafer labels curative time, which is grounded in an imaginary that expects and assumes medical intervention for those with disabilities, and moreover, cannot comprehend viable futurity without it. For curative time, the possibility of disabled flourishing is expectant of and inseparable from medical intervention. Hope for persons with disabilities is inextricably bound with cure. Questions rooted in assumptions of curative temporality include, were you born that way? How soon before you recover? And how long will a cure take? Curative time participates in modern conceptions of futurity as inevitable progress. Disability is cast as the obstacle to its arc. As a disabled person, Kafer rejects this grimly imagined future in her own life, as it starkly contrasts the vision of her future held by herself, her friends, and her family, which is a future of possibility, relational engagement, and communal contribution. In light of this contrast, Kafer positions ableist structures and attitudes rather than disability itself as the most powerful force behind the grimness of disabled futurity and as the most sinister obstacle to a good life. In addition, while medical access and intervention remain important in the lives of disabled people, the reality for many is the impossibility or ineffectiveness of medical intervention. When cure is not achievable, there remains a dire lack in our sociocultural imagination and construction of hopeful disabled futurity. Crypt futures require a hope that is not displaced by socioculturally inscribed or physically felt despair. Kafer writes, quote, I feel this hope, and the hope has the fierce intensity that it does because it is birthed out of and coexists with this despair about our impoverished imaginations, end quote. In the service of reinvigorated temporal imaginaries, I now turn to crypt time. Given the inscription of grim crypt futurity onto disabled bodies and the location of hope solely in curative time, conceptions of disabled temporality, both present and future, are in urgent need of reconstruction. In contrast to curative time, Kafer identifies crypt time as a primary sense of temporality felt by many disabled people. Crypt time is defined by bodily unpredictability, attentiveness to the needs of the present moment, and the resistance of capitalist values, each of which will be explored in turn in this section. Crypt time resists prediction. This is grounded in the experience of many disabled individuals for whom needing, quote, extra time to accomplish tasks or move to a location is common, and or for whom bodily experiences are subject to frequent unpredictable change. These changes may be the result of bodily needs, sudden injuries, ableist structures, or other forces outside of one's control. For example, extended or altered time may be needed because of a slower gait, reliance on attendance, malfunctioning equipment like hearing aids or wheelchair, or ableist encounters that demand time from disabled people and disrupt their schedule. These uncontrollable forces often shape time in unexpected and unpredictable ways. In light of this, crypt time challenges normative conceptions of pace, scheduling, and priorities. Often out of bodily necessity, crypt time embraces priorities and a sense of temporality that are shaped by changing needs, desires, and abilities. Although crypt time is rooted in the uncertain embodied realities of those with disabilities, it is also a fundamental recognition of the unpredictability as a universal feature of the human bodily experience. Crypt time also refuses projection into the future and compels individuals to embrace the present moment. Many individuals with disabilities affirm the tenuousness of their future. For example, disability activist Laura Hershey reports that her degenerative prognosis fundamentally shifted her orientation to futurity. She writes, "During that period of accepting my prognosis, past, present, and future became jumbled. The present takes on more urgency as the future shrinks. The future is marked with increments of treatment and survival, even as the future itself becomes more tenuous," end quote. Hershey lived her life knowing that a long lifespan was not in her future, and she saw this as a call for justice and love rather than a sign of tragedy and shame. Garland Thompson writes poignantly, "Disability speaks only of the present. The prodigious cannot be prepared for, and it anticipates nothing in our control." In service of this view, she tells the story of Emily Rapp and her son Ronan, who had Tay-Sachs, a rare genetic condition that causes sensory loss and severe developmental regression. The condition is typically fatal by the age of 3. Garland Thompson writes, "Disability in general, and Ronan's dramatic disability manifestation in particular, offers an experience-based counter-narrative to the modern subject's understanding of the present moment as an opportunity to shape the future," end quote. Rapp's approach to her son's fatal condition was to live without a future. Her relationship with Ronan was rooted radically in the present and in presence. Ronan's disability embodied the uncontrollability of the future and located life in presence to the now. Rapp's abandonment of the future highlights another feature of crypt time, which is the rejection of capitalist idols of productivity, accomplishment, and efficiency. Her relationship with Ronan offers a counter-narrative to capitalist attempts to control the future, which are grounded in production in the service of a particular vision of citizenry. Robert McCruer notes that imagined futures are often futures without disability, and this vision of futurity contributes to the scapegoating of disabled people, who endanger our sociocultural visions of progress and productivity. As a result of modernization, efficiency and standards of task performativity have become the dominant standards of living and indicators of goodness. These values have shaped perceptions of disability with its inefficiency and intractability as a detestable feature to be rejected and overcome. Garland Thompson identifies disability as a narrative resource that does not mortgage the present on the future. The disabled experience resists hegemonic control and expectations and offers in the present a genuinely open future. It dislodges pervasive and often negative sociocultural conceptions of what constitutes valid dignity, happiness, suffering, value, and livable existence, all of which are often grounded in a predictable, controllable, and productive vision of the future. Crypt time invites a subjectivity radically rooted in attentiveness to the present moment. In response to the dire need for reimagined futurity and temporality in the lives of disabled people, theology can offer a unique contribution. Messianic conceptions of time, which are grounded in the resurrection event of Jesus Christ, offer a new vision of temporality capable of reshaping conceptions of both the present and the future. Through an exploration of Chronos and Kairos, this third section will begin by highlighting a few key features of Messianic time. Here, Chronos is connected to curative time, while Kairos, which is the time of the Messiah, finds its parallel in crypt time. This will lead to a discussion of the relationship between crypt time, Messianic time, and the power of recognizing the resurrected Christ as disabled. Ultimately, this section demonstrates how the embrace of Messianic time is capable of resisting inscriptions of grim crypt futurity and creating a new framework for disabled time, wherein hope can be embodied in the present through performance of the resurrected and disabled Christ. Temporality is an absolutely central element of Christian life. However, the Christian church, along with the Western cultural ethos in general, has lost a reflective sense of its own temporality. In a lecture on the church and the kingdom, Giorgio Agamben accused the Christian church of neglecting its messianic vocation, which is intimately related to his claim that the church has lost a sense and experience of temporality that was proclaimed in the letters of Paul. Agamben identifies the Pauline message as one of messianic temporality, which consists in the embrace of Kairos, the time of the now. Messianic time is distinct from apocalyptic or eschatological time, which are oriented toward the future. This form of temporality is not oriented toward chronological future, but rather opens itself to a new expression of being in the present. For St. Paul and Agamben, Christian life can only be understood properly through messianic temporality. Given that messianic time can be conceived as the embrace of kairotic time, let us distinguish between Chronos and Kairos. Chronos is the time of the everyday, the time of the clock, measurable and calculable at any moment. Chronos grasps at peace and security while denying the insecurity of life and time. Here, the language of security and linear chronological procession is reminiscent of curative time. Both Chronos and curative time are oriented toward the future as linear progression, wherein the goal of this time is security and preparation for the future. Both seem to assume inevitable progress and are grounded in a false sense of the uninterruptibility of time. Chronos is opposed to Kairos. Kairos does not look into the future for security, but invites a radical embrace of Christ's presence to us in the here and now. Living in Kairos time means accepting the fundamental insecurity of our lives. This type of temporality finds a powerful parallel in crypt time. Both Kairos and crypt time share a recognition of the insecurity of time and the embrace of presence to the now. Both Kairos and crypt time live into this radical insecurity, which leads one to adopt a stance of essential openness toward that which is present in one's surroundings. They both also reject hegemonic conceptions of value as productivity and controlled futurity. Both crypt time and kairological, that is messianic time, are invitations to a new way of being in the present, as both recognize the time of the now as the only real time available to us. It is important to note that kairos, which is messianic time, is linked to the resurrection event. The resurrection is the means by which the Messiah was able to become present to us, both in the past and the present moment. The resurrection is the event that breaks open chronological time, ushering in a new form of temporality no longer grounded in Chronos. The resurrection, grounded in Kairos, invites a relationship to time that is no longer grounded in linearity, but in the embrace of the inbreaking of the resurrected Messiah in the present moment. Rather than relying on a curative future, the resurrection offers an invitation to embrace wholeness via life in God in the present, regardless of the relationship of one's body to linear temporality. Embrace of the resurrection event in the now reshapes one's view of how resurrection manifests in the present. Elsa Thomas interprets living as resurrected as living according to the Spirit, which remains even as the future is uncertain. Thomas also uses St. Paul, specifically his letter to the Romans, to inform her conception of resurrection, concluding that to live as resurrected is to present oneself as an instrument of justice, of life, and of love. It is to embrace the spirit of life and hope in contexts of death, decline, or suffering. By embracing a sense of hope and living in the now, one lives here in history as if one has been resurrected. Like Thomas, Agamben's study also highlights that kairotic temporality is not primarily a theoretical problem, but a lived one. Temporality is fundamentally performative. The emissary of messianic temporality is the bearer of the time of the now, which is the time of the Messiah. We are called to live energized by attunement to the resurrected Messiah, available to us here and now. This suggests that in the embrace of the present moment, which is the invitation of both crypt time and messianic time, a new hopeful subjectivity emerges. That is, the hope of a new way of embracing time, a new way of embracing value, and the hope of new life in God now. Moreover, given that messianic time was inaugurated at and is grounded in the resurrection event, resurrection becomes inscribed onto and performed by each person and community who is present to the God of the now. Both crypt time and messianic performativity present as radical openness to the present as the bearer of life, and both create in their performers an embodiment of hope that is not grounded in the future, but in the radical embrace of value in the present. The intimate link between crypt time and messianic time finds strong support in the body of the resurrected Christ. Highlighting the presence of the wounded hands, feet, and side on Jesus's resurrected body, disability theologian Nancy Iceland proposes the image of a simultaneously disabled and resurrected God. This image of the resurrected Christ both challenges dominant systems of belief, like grim crypt futurity, and proclaims an alternative symbol of disabled temporality. The revelation of a simultaneously wounded and resurrected God is a revelation that full personhood and flourishing are fully compatible with experiences of disability. A disabled, resurrected God presents an image that acknowledges that both joy and pain can be held in disabled bodies, and that when messianic temporality is embraced, God can be known intimately to these bodies. It is an image of hope. This hope, which is capable of holding the reality of embodied limitation, is a reflection of the Messiah's presence to us in the now. Thus, the contribution of messianic time is not only the affirmation of crypt time and the importance of attending to the present, but also the affirmation that hope, even resurrection, can exist alongside experiences of disability. In living messianically through the resistance of future-oriented hegemonic forces and the welcoming of present kairos time, disabled flesh becomes imbued with the spirit of the resurrected God. Given that experiences of embodied limitation and decline are inevitable and universal features of human experience, these temporal reconceptions have implications not only for the lives of disabled individuals, but also for the lives of all those facing inevitable decline, all of us. The embrace of crypt time as messianic time is not only the vocation of the disabled, but the fundamental call of Christianity. Most often, the futures of persons with disabilities are inscribed with inevitable grimness and tragedy. The possibility of hope is located solely in the possibility of cure or medical intervention. Futures without cures are deemed less valuable, particularly because they fail to serve capitalist conceptions of value as productivity and efficiency, and because they embody the destabilizing uncertainty of human existence. Crypt time offers a counter witness to curative time. Crypt time is grounded in uncertainty, unpredictability, and radical openness and attentiveness to the present. It dethrones hegemonic power by rejecting attempts at control and resists the modern system, wherein the present is nothing but a servant of the future. Ultimately, crypt time is a reflection of the time of the Messiah, wherein temporality is characterized by radical attentiveness to the inbreaking of God in the present moment. Hope is radically regrounded, not in medical cure or intervention, but in the possibility of life in the now. The present is embraced as the only real time available, and the only real time wherein the Messiah can be truly known. This Messiah is the Messiah of the resurrection, who held wounds and redemption simultaneously in his flesh. Disabled bodies are called to perform this resurrection through an embrace of the Spirit of God in the present moment. In this performative embrace, narratives of grim crypt futurity are disempowered, hope is embodied, and the Messiah becomes known in the world through our flesh. Thank you.
Wow, thank you for that. I really love the way you talked about new time of embracing. Oh, sorry, I wrote it. New way of embracing time and value. I think that's beautiful. And now we're gonna move on to our third and final presenter of this concurrent session. The third presenter is Mary Page Wilson-Lyons from Boston University. Mary Page is currently a PhD student in practical theology at Boston University School of Theology. Her focus is centered on the experience of mental health challenges, especially with those who also live under traumatic systems and structures, and rethinking liberative theologies of healing. She holds a Master's of Divinity from Emory University in Theology and Ethics, and a BA in Religion from Birmingham Southern College. Mary Page is going to be presenting a paper titled Withered Hands, Mental Health Challenges and the Promise of a Liberative Theology of Healing and Wholeness. Welcome, Mary Page.
Good morning. How are you? Good. Thank you, Hannah. And thank you to Ben and Maddie. I am honored to be part of this conversation. And before I begin, I want to say that these ideas that I'm about to present really started percolating in two classes that I've had here at BU. One is Theologies of Liberation, taught by Felipe Maya, and the other is Trauma and Theology, taught by Dr. Shelley Rambo. So thank you to both of you since you're in the room. I wanted to give you a shout out. Okay, so this paper begins with an epigraph. Understand this if you understand nothing. It is a powerful thing to be seen. And this is from Oweki Emezi, the author of the novel Freshwater. Jesus performed miracles. Jesus performed healing miracles. But what does it mean to be healed? Who gets to define it? What does healing mean when one lives with a chronic psychological disability, such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or depression? Does healing always mean a cure? Must healing always happen in curative time, to connect to our previous presenter? This paper hopes to explore a vision of healing that liberates rather than prescribes, that seeks wholeness rather than a cure. As Judy Glaister writes in the International Journal of Nursing Practice, healing does not necessarily lead to a cure, prolonged life, or pain reduction, but healing does enable the person to have the strength, knowledge, and the willingness to make changes that will lead to self-acceptance. I also crucially add community acceptance. I am increasingly convinced that my research must use liberation theologies as a central frame, precisely because liberation insists on centering the voices and experience of those deemed other, without allowing privileged understandings of healing, wholeness, justice, or even liberation to be imposed upon them. I will use the Markan healing narrative of the man with a withered hand and disability theologians Sharon Betcher and John Swinton to frame a conversation about mental health challenges, diagnosis, othering, and cracking up. While this brief paper will not contain an exhaustive exegesis of a biblical text, it is important that I begin with a biblical narrative. This story is found in all three of the synoptic gospels in the Christian scriptures. The story from Mark 3, chapter 1 through 6 goes like this. Again, Jesus entered the synagogue, and a man was there who had a withered hand. They watched him to see whether he would cure him on the Sabbath, so that they might accuse him. And he said to the man who had the withered hand, "Come forward." Then he said to him, "It is lawful to do good or to do harm on the Sabbath, to live or to kill." But they were silent. He looked around at them with anger, and he was grieved at the hardness of their hearts and said to the man, "Stretch out your hand." So he stretched it out, and his hand was restored. What is happening here? In short, and for my purposes, there is a man with a physical disability, a withered hand. In his time and culture, he would have been considered unclean. On the Sabbath, this Sabbath, he would have been in a separate place in the synagogue with others who were deemed unclean. Then Jesus comes in, and despite the law telling him he could not heal on the Sabbath, he calls the man forward to stretch out his withered hand. And Jesus restores the man's disability. Mainline Protestant theologies often interpret this passage in this way, at least in my experience. However, what do withered and restored actually mean? The term used for this man's diagnosis is from the Greek exreino, which means to waste away. Mark uses this term in the following chapters in an interesting way. For example, in Mark 4:6, exreino is used in the parable of the sower to describe the seeds which could not root in the bad soil. They withered away. In this image, we have something that is useless, something that is pathetic, something that is forgotten. The ones that were withered were the seeds that were not planted on fertile soil. The man's arm is perhaps also now considered useless because it can no longer perform labor. Sharon Betcher in Spirit and the Obligation of Social Flesh is concerned about the rise of our modern, Western, oppressive, global capitalism in today's society and the way in which we disabled are othered. Though living in a different culture and economy, this is the man's experience as well. The body, even in antiquity, was valued by its labor and potential for profit. This is a man who could no longer work, or at least in the same way that he had. The diagnosis of withered marked him as pathetic, impotent, and useless. And this is what can often happen with a diagnosis. I do not deny that diagnoses can sometimes be liberating, especially with invisible disabilities like mental health challenges. However, they can also be oppressive. What actually is a diagnosis? Who or what holds the power to diagnose? For mental health challenges, the Diagnosis and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, or the DSM-5, currently holds much of this power. This manual is an exhaustive list, at least currently and supposedly, of the way a group of humans describe mental health challenges. Pastoral theologian John Swinton writes in his recent book, Finding Jesus in the Storm, the DSM has the power to establish, or at least to give formal, organized existence to mental health experiences. He goes on to argue that, as such, it is not only descriptive, but formative. Yes, diagnoses help. They name an experience. They can finally provide a framework through which to understand the storm one is going through and even a path for healing, like needed medication. However, diagnoses can also imprison. They can form and become identity in harmful ways. For example, I am not bipolar. That is not my identity. Rather, I experience bipolar disorder. This is an important distinction, as one's ontological truth cannot be dependent on one's experience of a singular aspect of one's identity. The danger of a mental health challenge being one's ontological truth is that if one is schizophrenic, one becomes a set of certain clinical symptoms. This can lead to a very limited and shallow way of understanding the self and the other. It provides a thin description, as Swinton describes. Thus, mental health challenges are not a totalizing ontological truth about a person, but they do carry epistemological power. They greatly influence the way in which we interpret and move through the world. They are perhaps even a gift, though not in the sense that valorizes suffering. They are a lens that one possesses to humbly yet powerfully offer. Mental health challenges may even provide a particular way of encountering time, the divine, or the real. I do recognize, however, that though they are a gift, they are indeed for most a burdened gift. Furthermore, a common move for those attempting to reduce the stigma around mental health challenges is to compare them to a diagnosis like cancer. Swinton, throughout his book, repeatedly reminds readers that mental health challenges cannot be reduced to biology. Jean-Charles Serena argues that illness does not have an existence in itself. It is an abstract entity to which humans gave a name. At least in contemporary Western culture, illness begins with a particular experience of oneself, more than often a negative one, and then a doctor or healer names it as a collection of symptoms. However, experiences of illness are also phenomenological and should be studied as such. Illness certainly becomes a part of one's identity. It is an unexpected guest that changes the experience of being and becoming. Biological technology, even today, cannot describe the intricate and polymorphic experience of illness. Perhaps a more liberating understanding of mental health privileges this freedom of complex experience and ways of knowing and understanding oneself. So now, let us turn back to the Markan narrative. Jesus calls to the man. Jesus forces him in front of everyone to face his oppressors. Stretch out your hand, he says. Perhaps this is the most loving act Jesus can do. Perhaps Jesus says to the one who has been diagnosed, show the very part of you that causes your exclusion. This act makes everyone in the crowd look at the diagnosis, look at the very thing that scares them, that has caused them to other him. And maybe that is exactly the place where Jesus shows love and healing, and by implicating the audience, implicates them in healing too. Or maybe Jesus was wrong. Maybe Jesus is not the hero here. Jesus forced a change upon someone to make them more acceptable in society without their permission, just to teach a lesson. This story reveals some interesting truths about the way we diagnose and attempt to heal others within a Christian framework. Sharon Betcher argues that Christians are obsessed with their inner struggle. Instead of thinking about the pain and suffering of others, this kind of Christianity turns inwards. Doctrines that profess this Christianity, she argues, paint suffering to be a symptom of sin, of moral failure, and give evidence of a power truth regime beyond this world. This is highly problematic, given a society where so many are subject to suffering due to structural injustice and mental health challenges. This man was disabled because his society told him that he was. So maybe Jesus does not actually heal here, but rather perpetuates a pathological framework in which cure is the only way to heal. I wish Jesus had not restored the hand. Maybe the miracle of healing should have shown Jesus embracing this man for who he is and showing the crowd how to do this as well. The withering should not only be embraced, but also reimagined. There is no doubt that mental health challenges can be devastating, can wither one's soul, even in the Greek use of the word that leads to devaluation. However, it is perhaps equally as devastating to live in a world that expects you to exist as though you are not withered. Mental health challenges are, for the most part, already invisible, and healing is so often expected to be a cure. There is neither a suffering nor a wholeness, then, that is placed externally on someone deemed other. Rather, it is a reclamation of our shared humanity as we seek liberation for the oppressed and liberation from the oppressive structures, even those Christian ones which we create. Withered hands, then, can not only be reclaimed and reimagined, they can also spark a change in society. Betcher, in Spirit and the Politics of Disablement, presents disability as a larger destabilizing category. Many theologians have argued that humans yearn for wholeness, assuming that something within oneself is incomplete or broken. The theology follows that one can achieve completion through Jesus, who bends the broken creation into the unity and wholeness which it was created to be. However, this constructs a problematic binary where normal abled equals wholeness and disabled equals brokenness. This binary has also been created by Western powers of neocolonialism, late capitalism, and scientific technology. One of Betcher's goals here is to decolonize this binary. Deconstruction attempts to decolonize how spirit has been conceptualized as agent of the final perfection, as salvific solvent, erasing the material effects of cosmic devolution. She goes on to critique how the spirit has been imagined and the way biblical healing narratives have been interpreted to perpetuate this problematic binary. Betcher critiques both the secularized grand narrative of the miracle story and society, and how they show up in biblical narratives, like the one we've considered in this paper. The disabled are seen as objects of social pity that need to be restored, that need to be rescued, that need salvation. In this way, the spirit has been made into a controlling, imperialistic power, invoked to come and fix and rescue those who are physically or culturally or psychologically considered disabled. Betcher uses these arguments to critique the Christian theological use of the healing narratives in light of disability. She argues that they reinforce the colonial idea of degenerate types that justify conquest and salvation by more powerful and civilized empires. They also perpetuate the idea that disability has no voice of its own. The man in our story was not given a voice. He has no name. He did not even ask for healing. Normative interpretations of the healing narratives do often silence the voice of disability. Specifically in this paper scope, the voices of those who experience mental health challenges. To continue in this vein, Betcher uses the frame of cracking up, a frame that I and many others with mental health challenges feel we have experienced, or at least others have told us we've experienced. Esme Weyhin-Wang writes in her collection of essays, Collected Schizophrenias, that those with mental health challenges often live in the built-in chaos that defies rational thought. Similarly, disability is not an identity marker. It is also the process whereby one becomes unfamiliar with oneself. In this way, disability actually functions as something that gives life. When someone becomes disabled in the larger destabilizing sense, there is a newness of experience, one that engenders new things to care about. Betcher writes, the projects of civility and its ever-urgent demand for personal transformation fall away. In cracking up, one actually invites creative flux to imagine new realities. She goes on to powerfully quote Deleuze. So this is Deleuze writing. To affirm life is not to harness oneself to that which exists, but on the contrary, to unburden, unharness, and set free that which lives. It is not to burden life with the weight of higher or even heroic values, but to create new values that would be those of life. When we turn our focus to the healing of society that has created the unhelpful binary of wholeness and brokenness, rather than on the person who we believe needs healing, our categories shatter. When we all become disabled, creativity and new life emerges. This creative reimagining of healing and wholeness liberates not just those who have been deemed disabled in the bodily and psychological sense, but also works towards the liberation of all. Discussions about mental health have come into popularity over recent years as society has begun to address the harmful stigma and the necessity for affordable care. However, as long as our interpretive frameworks remain what to do with, rather than what are you going through, healing can never be achieved. Do we throw away that which is withered but not yet gone? Do we forget it? Do we make it an object lesson for religious platitudes? Restoration may not mean cured, and restoration for the sake of making one who is withered more acceptable to society at large is not liberation. In her first book, Sharon Betcher invokes a piece of a Mary Oliver poem, That Remains in Me. All my life, I have been restless. I have felt there is something more wonderful than gloss, than wholeness, than staying at home. I have not been sure what it is. But every morning on the wide shore, I pass what is perfect and shining to look for the whelks, whose edges have rubbed so long against this world that they have snapped and crumbled. They have almost vanished. This poem reminds me of withering. The whelks and their edges that have rubbed so long against the world that they have snapped and crumbled, that they have almost vanished. However, as Oliver calls to us, whelks and our own withered parts are also beautiful and worth seeking out, just as they are. Surely this is what is more wonderful than gloss, than wholeness. Thank you.
you. I love it. Thank you, Tech. You're so helpful. Thank you so much for that. I really love that. That creative imagining, reimagining is something that is really needed. So thank you for that. Right now we have about 13 minutes. Okay, we're going to cut it off at 11:15 to give you guys some time before our keynote speaker. But in this time, do we have any questions? Is there Q&A? And anybody who is online can send in on the chat, and I'm going to be walking around with a handheld mic. So this is our time for Q&A. Okay, well, the first one is actually from Maddie. So I'm gonna hand this to you. Okay, so Maddie, I'm gonna read it aloud. Could you please recommend one practice to help more fully live into the present moment?
A very rich question. The experience that I have found most helpful for this is contemplative prayer or meditation. It feels like a pretty straightforward answer, but I actually just listened to a podcast by Brene Brown, my Lord and Savior, who talked about the power of attentiveness and the way that our attentiveness is formed in contemplative practice. She just released it this week on her podcast, Dare to Lead. I can email a link to anyone who asks, or to send it along. Contemplative prayer, I think, is where I would start.
There we go.
Indeed. Hi. Yes. Dan Carmen from BU here. A quick question regarding as a fusion of your two presentations, the sort of dismissal of apocalyptic and eschatological thought regarding the sort of temporal definition of that. And I was wondering, perhaps if we might take, say, even Mary Page, when you brought up sort of the creative flux to imagine new realities in terms of apocalyptic thought as an unveiling, a revelatory new world beginning, which could happen even at this present moment of a sort of new reality as we move forward. So the messianic time might be, say, within this time right now. And so I was wondering if there might be a way to sort of fuse this idea of kairos within the present to allow apocalyptic imaginative thinking to happen right now.
Oh, okay. I think, I think that there is certainly a place for apocalyptic and eschatological thought within conversation with messianic time. And I actually think that bridge that you highlighted there is a really interesting one to think about. I think when it comes to embodying or enfleshing messianic time, it requires a certain type of imaginatory or imagination to attend to what's here, and also to enflesh something that maybe doesn't feel that's here, but that we can usher in. And so more of a there's a bridge there with eschatology, certainly. Mary Page.
Yeah, sure. So I have never thought about time as much as I have when I listen to your paper. So thank you for that. Yeah, I think, you mentioned creative flux, and I talked about that in the way where I was talking about how Dr. Betcher uses disability as a destabling category. So not as an identity marker, but as something larger. And I've never thought about this. This is so interesting, Dan. Thank you. Because there is this sense of apocalyptic time, of imagination, of future not yet come together. I don't know the right word, which which is an interesting conversation with Maddie's paper. And I want to have that conversation, but later, we'll do it later. Yeah, I think we have to ignite, those of us who are practicing Christians, I think we have to ignite the Christian imagination to imagine new futures while attending to and loving the now exactly as we are.
We have one question online, and Ben, this is for you. The question is, well, thank you, Ben. Would you please expand on how we can embody love as an alternative to the 3 hounds of hell?
Thank you, Charles. Thank you all for the great question. I'm really just blown away by y'all's presentation. Well done, both presenters. Yeah, I think that's a really important question. And it sounds very surface level. Like, how do we embody love to like get away, do away with these hounds of hell? And I think what Howard Thurman was proposing was very centered on this idea that like one's understanding of oneself and like love of self in an imago Dei sense can be a stabilizing force for the survival of the disinherited, in a way of like doing away with the hounds of hell. And I think I briefly touched upon it at the very end of the paper, but like I think my hope as kind of a disability hermeneutic is to broaden that beyond just kind of an individualist perspective of like loving ourselves will get, we'll solve all the problems. Because that's I think a little bit like it also doesn't capture the fullness of the situation. And I think love looks like commitment to like interdependent communities of care, commitment to putting one's wants aside for the community's needs. It looks like bringing as many like intersectional identities into community and living into like mutual aid sort of praxis. So I think that for me is that understanding that like love respects our fragility as disabled folks and like folks just living in this mortal existence, not to get into eschatology, but it is something that's deeply rooted in communal activity and justice seeking, and is not just love will solve all of our problems. Love is action. Love is justice for community, and particularly disabled community. Thank you.
Hey, this might be kind of a conversation more than like a particular question, but I'm interested in similar, because I similar ideas for what Dan was just asking. My name's Melissa, and I work in a ministry that's for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities in Concord, Mass. And I identify as somebody with ADHD, and when people ask about practices for embodying love or creative flux, spontaneity is the first thing that comes to mind. Contemplative prayer is really tough for some brains. And anyway, I guess I wanted to ask about this idea of interdependence. As we go through the pandemic, it's just made it so much more visible how interdependent we literally are, our immune systems, how we impact each other physically, biologically. And I guess I haven't heard a lot of people lifting that up. And there's so many things to be angry about, so much ableism that's come during this time. Could you talk a little bit about interdependence and where we practice that? What creative practices are you gravitating toward, or thinkers are you gravitating toward, that are not just condemning the ableism, but raising up our common interdependence, which was less visible for people who didn't consider themselves living without disability? I don't know. Does that make sense, that question?
What a great question. I think that's something that resonates with a lot of us right now. I would start by saying, just to go back a little bit to my paper, that we do have to recognize our interdependence. In fact, in fact, healing is not an individual thing. Healing is an interdependent communal act. Like when, so for example, I think I said that, maybe the problem is not that I'm disabled. The problem is that my community expects me to live as though I'm not. My employer expects me to live as though I'm not. I've had this. My employer expects me to live as though I don't have a mental health challenge, as though I'm on, what is it? Curative. Yes, as though I'm on, I said that anyway, as though I'm on curative time. And when we start to recognize how interdependent we are, I think that curative time becomes such a fallacy. That's not real. That's not how we actually move in the world with each other. So that would be just my off the head response. I'm gonna give you. I'm thinking of something else, but I want to think through it.
Yeah, thank you for this question. I think interdependence is an absolutely essential theme to raise up here. I think, and you're right that there's so much to be angry about. When I think of how interdependence intersects with this new idea of time, when I think back on my life and I think of the moments that have formed me, or the moments that have helped me live into vocation in a very broad sense, almost all of them have been moments of relationship, being in relationship or being in community. And so I think the call, or how I would conceptualize the call to messianic time, is to tune, because we are interdependent. And now it's a matter of tuning our eyes, or our attention, to recognize that interdependence, how reliant we are on it, and more importantly, that is the very source of life in a really profound sense. So I think for me, a lot of this stuff with messianic time is about tuning our attention to the things that are actually life-giving in the present. And for me, in my personal experience, like if we were even just to do like a basic reflective exercise, it's interdependence that or moments of interdependence that come to me first as moments that have helped me become who I am, which is also an indicator that we're never who we are outside of community. There's more to be said on that question. I'd be happy to chat more about it any other time, but those are my initial thoughts. Thank you.
Well, I wanted to, we're currently out of time, and I apologize because I see there are a few questions in the chat, which I want to just say that I encourage us, even though that this session is over, to continue this conversation, to continue asking these questions. And although, please, like in the chat, keep asking them, because people read them and it provokes thought and conversation, regardless if it's going to be answered right here, right now. And on top of this, I would like to thank Nope. I want to thank Ben Bond, Maddie Jarrett, and Mary Page, Wilson-Lyons, to their time, care, and contributions to this conference today. Thank you so much. And so currently right now, this session is over and we have about 15 minutes until the keynote speaker begins. So please take the next 15 minutes or so just to stretch, relax, or even continue the conversation. Thank you so much, everyone. And the keynote will be right here, so come right back.
Thank you so much for coming to our keynote for today's gathering. I just want to give a couple very brief reminders of practicalities. Again, today we'll be using our ASL sign for applause, affirmation, amens, all of our beautiful indications of support and care for one another. And also after this gathering, will be about an hour of beautiful presentation and question and answer. We'll have another break in our day here if you're here in person to enjoy some food and community together. Again, as always, if you have any needs, please reach out to someone wearing a gorgeous orange lanyard.
But good morning. Good morning, all, and thank you for the invitation. I have not known Michelle long yet, but one of the things that strikes me about Michelle is her ability to be quietly yet insistently suggestive. And so when I asked her about the conference, she said, well, maybe if you could talk a little bit about what our focus is, which is what disability can do, maybe if you can tie that through a little bit of environmentalism, that would be good. That's all right, Michelle, in that vein, here we go. Tree monks, political asceticism among the vegetal. In Richard Powers' Pulitzer Prize-winning novel, The Overstory, disability is yoked with ecological knowledge, generating, as if by dendritic affiliation, an Occupy movement of tree monks. Like the Buddha, each character arrives at enlightenment in the shade of their sacred tree, coming awake to the intimations of agencies that are not of our own species, but of chestnuts and redwoods. Intriguingly, Powers, whose stated intention is to close the gap between people and other living things, has found his most ecologically sensate human strata among persons with disabilities. Among the monastic contingent is Professor Patricia Westerford, partially deaf, socially awkward, a dendrologist forwarding early radical theories that trees exist only as a superorganism, as a forest. Coder Neely Mehta, a paraplegic with Asperger's, turns his gaming skills from the development of Mastery, his initial game series, intriguing, into using technology as a prosthesis for the plant blind in an effort to repair humanity's relationship to the natural world. Additionally, There is Mimi Mulberry, a trauma survivor, Adam Maple, a psychology professor on the spectrum, and the veteran Douglas Fir. Olivia Maidenhair, a schizophrenic college student, suddenly tunes in to the frequency of the redwoods, and following their call happens upon Nick Watchman Chestnut, a bit OCD. Like a forest of trees signaling each other, Power's characters are called across the expanse of states as tree huggers, tree sitters, then earth first-like activists, and yes, even martyrs. Once attuned to trees' frequencies, they move with religious zeal to act against the indiscriminating capitalist maw, which registers nothing but cash value and is sensitive to no time scale, but now. Old growth redwoods, older than the Christian narrative, are being felled, cashing in 1 billion years of planetary savings bonds and blowing it on assorted bling. In a way that commingles the vegetal with the variations modernity dismissed as disabled, Powers opens out the distinction between what environmental essayist Wendell Berry once called the big economy, capitalism, and the great economy. Call it the kingdom of God, he also invites, or the web of life, or the Tao. So in venturing to reset human life within the all-inclusive great economy of terrestrial life, Powers lays theological authority for the postmodern human vocation, that is to align ourselves with the web of life spun out from the tree in the center of the garden, on crypts. The crypt arrives from that abject margin of civilization as a strategic act of self-exhibition of another botany of desire, more calibrated with dark ecology, within which interdependence multiplies differences. Put it simply, the crypt inherits the garden. The crypt inherits the tree of life. So begins a thought experiment. First Powers, now mine, in generating reverence for planetary life, growing the dendrites of sympathy and entangled mutuality, developing patience with the different scales and movements of vegetal life through the avatar crypt. The advent of the Anthropocene makes humanity's relationship with Earth the most important aspect of our lives. Given that, and the strategic possibility for crypt to aesthetically unfold interdependency with ecological terrains through our flesh, I want to explore how crypt thinking might capacitate us, theologically speaking, to remain true to the earth, to keep faith with life. Such crypt thinking seems consistent with Powers' literary oeuvre. In his much earlier The Gold Bug Variations, he wrote, contrary then to the push to fix the human genome, thereby removing the play of difference and instantiating neoliberalism's patrolling vigilance of full body capacitation, of the positivity of evolutionary erring. Powers, as disabilities theorist David Mitchell suggests, thereby generated an anti-normative novel of embodiment, whereby forms of narrative adaptation move consciously away from traditions of representational deployments of disability as a metaphor of individual or social collapse. Rather, Powers thinks crypt as cosmological and evolutionary variation, and is indicative thereby of how bodies are always changing, reverting to wild atavistic avatars, haunting chic cosmopolitanism. 20 years later, with the Overstory, Powers rewilds humanism, expands the care economy into the more than human worlds, and as I will argue, perhaps inadvertently, challenges the replicative representational hall of mirrors within which the image of God has played. So step one, vegetal thinking. Disability in Powers' novel appears according to humanist sensibilities intimate with the vegetal, playing with that derisive epithet hurled at persons with disabilities. The conflation of disability with the vegetal has been, during humanism, a way of saying there's no there. Yoked with the vegetal, disability has been inherently assumed to refer to another world of little or no value. There have consequently been those who accuse powers of, and I quote, a startling lack of insight into the troubling history of disability representation, and offensively, again, quote unquote, dehumanizing the disabled to humanize trees. I, however, having worked in regenerative agriculture for the last several years, find rather intriguing powers' insistence to think disability in its cognate, the vegetal, as a continent that refuses to split neatly between the botanical and the human. For regenerative farmers, the reductive ease with which the hegemonic notion of a plant-based diet is assumed to resolve animal ethics and climate change is as intellectually vacant because biologically inept, again, assuming there's no there, that is, disrespecting the oceanic biodiversity of life in a teaspoon of soil, as is the assumption that persons with disabilities can be but mined for health subsidies to enhance the gross domestic product. To speak of ourselves as positively crip in relation to the vegetal might then take advantage, as David Holgren explains in regards to queer, of the location disability has been made to occupy. In other words, disability may be territory from which to reconcile the gap between humanity and that with which flesh is always entangled, namely the vegetal planet. As Thoreau once insisted, the vegetality of humans and the vegetality of plants somehow communicate. After establishing the liveliness of the botanical through plant thinking, I push into the obduracy of disability, suggesting how we might begin to think disability within a new materialist orientation, then consequently address how to place and practice the shared territory of crip with the vegetal theologically. During modernism, nature in Cartesian mechanistic materialism, as much as in modern theology, has been considered as seriously disabled as any person so called. Upright and holding dominion over the beasts of the field, the avatar modern man, affiliated with godlike thought, deemed nature mute, animals dumb, the vegetal is but staging for the most important of all human drama. The cacophony of wild agencies, including the vegetal, are now, however, back on stage. A forest knows things. They wire themselves up underground. There are brains down there, explains Professor Westerford. Through the professor, Powers is channeling the insights of Canadian forestry scientist Suzanne Simard, but also in works ranging from Eduardo Cohen's How Forests Think to Michael Mardar's Plant Thinking, humans appear to be snapping out of the stupor of disenchantment, finding ourselves immersed in oceanic liveliness. Plant theorist Karen Howell reminds us that we always have and always will live by grace of the oxygen produced by plants and are built from the very carbon of them. Indeed, run our entire global economy off the backs of such carbon. Despite their utterly plant-specific volatiles, their perfumes as unique as each variation among persons with disabilities, plants determinedly avoid isolation, casting communication both above and below ground between neighbors and not just kin, interacting with so as to relate diverse organisms, insects, fungi, animals, other plants. Vegetality, Howell concludes, expresses and supports the unthinkably complex web, which holds together what things are and what they are trying to become. Hardly then does the vegetal spell a void of being. but rather a territory requiring new skills of recognition. Disability, I argue, can no more than the vegetal, where liveliness is everywhere, with brains wired even under the forest canopy. Refer to a gaping, vacuous chasm. Uncrypting disability opens upon active, entangled, multi-agency liveliness. Actual entities, including humans, are multiplicities, assemblages, viscous porosities, explain theorists of new materialism. Each multiplicity is symbiotic. Its becoming ties together animals, plants, microorganisms, matter particles, a whole galaxy. Within a more Darwinian evolutionary frame, one would say that species are characterized and sustained by mutation, convergence, and divergence, embodied vulnerability, and adaptive reroutings. Disability, one must conclude, is but then a humanist lid on Pandora's box of sapiens biodiversity. Persons with disabilities know we are a non-identical multiplicity. And the only way to generate Homo sapiens as a monoculture, as per the face of norming humanism, has been by invalidating the biodiverse likes of us. Powers situate such sapient variations appreciatively, rather than behind the dissing scrim of humiliation. Our exuberant artisanal variations of flesh, as Robert Corrington suggested in his theological reflections on bipolar disorder, may be owed to diverse forces of nature moving through us. These may even be a creative grace of value for the human species as a whole, Corrington proposes we consider. Other variations, given that we are sedimented in the geology of the planet and susceptible to the chemical interfaces of pollutants as much as plants, may be revelatory of the geological swales we enflesh. While onlookers might see the amputation of my left leg as aching void, no, they're there. What I have come to hear along the flayed left hip is the call and response of multiple lively agencies. Clouds in the 1950s forced to carry radioactive particulate from the Nevada test flats. Cows, while simply grazing, forced to produce milk laced with radiation. Radiation consolidated in the thyroid of a young child over some decades leaves an immune system derailed. The scaffolding of bacterial communities that form a body thus compromised was advantaging a mere sprained ankle, overrun by a superbug in but 60 hours, chewing through flesh as fast as a Western wildfire. If I read my own disability akin to Stacy Alimo's notion of the transcorporeal, wherein bodies extend into places and places deeply affect bodies, Pilar Martinez Benite reads the overstory through the lens of neurodiversity, expounding how the neurodivergent mind works as a bridge between the human and the vegetal. Benite explains that autistics excel at sensory knowing, a pre-interpretive immediacy to the world. Autistic perception, as she describes it, is alive with tendings that create ecologies before they coalesce into culturally habituated concepts. Inviting neurotypicals to imagine the sensory novelty of discovering the world anew before it congeals into the already known. She points out the ways in which powers cast relishes the needlessness of categorical containment while experiencing the world, whether the several hundred kinds of hawthorn or the diverse intensities of green. Swaying with sensation, as if rocked on the boughs of trees, several of Power's tree monks appreciate the sensory immersion of the vegetal granted autistics, through which they then break out of the cultivated gardens of categorical thought. By asserting the vegetal enfolded within, power's attempts to raise human supremacy like loggers clearing redwoods, sidestepping the dominion of the self, which Christian theology has reinforced. Notions of self and body, after all, represent not so much biological naturalism as they give us a reading of one culture's habituated religio-political philosophy. We carry in how we think body and self our most intimate, theologically informed pictures of nature and cosmology, such that reweaving human selfhood through the vegetal can feel initially unsettling. Finding oneself moved, called by feeling and intimations not immediately our own may feel strange, given self's long residency in humanism's manor house, its habituated uprightness, its purported dominion over animals of the field, and its choreographed heel planted firmly into the earth itself. Beniti suggests how autism both discomforts neurotypicals and might yet extend human awareness. Autistics are, she reminds us, insistently corrected to eye gaze with another human. But in Power's novel, she notes approvingly how in the shadow of the redwood mima, a tree older than Christ, autistics appreciatively tune into the wood wide web, refusing that eye gaze set solipsistically within a human world, which, like some crazy hall of mirrors, remains preoccupied with social concerns, delusions of superiority, and obsession with conformity. That same hall of mirrors, with head tilted slightly skyward, has scaled theological anthropology. The crypt, then, Beniti might insinuate, need not look only in the mirror of human representation, but extend one's selfhood and care network into that place where the roots and the stems and the flowers begin. In such ways, our ancestral proximity to the vegetal becomes here a marker of desirability rather than a failure of human dominion over nature. Pope Francis, in his encyclical Laudate Si, distinguished economic man, that fiscally vested, self-interested, and self-securing derivative of Enlightenment's man of reason, from humanity before God, insisting that humans are not mere individuated freedom and will, but also essentially nature. Crip as avatar invites us to enfold cosmological awareness more deeply into theological anthropology. Crip offers us a way of writing ourselves into and through the terrestrial. To live well with Earth, our theocosmologies, and therefore our sense of body, must honor that we are of bacteria and virus, fearfully and wonderfully made. That agencies other than human with their own distinct interests live with and through the skyline. That the vegetal, including forests, breathe us into being. Earth itself may then benefit in so much as that avatar aesthetically and ecologically opens us to ethically tend real creativity distributed differentially through the world, even as local as what we've called self and body. I've suggested ways of thinking about the sentient liveliness of the vegetal terrain with plant thinking, as well as thought selfhood, especially disability, through new materialism. Nonetheless, there remains, especially within theology, a certain metabolism of life precluding such immersive vitalism. I propose now using an analysis of disability as psychological projection to unlock the existential fear, putting life on the up and up, then falling into despair as the runes catch up with us, marking persons with disabilities as a lodestone of such despair. So part 2. on cosmic incarnationalism or God's green cloak. New materialism, that dynamic ontology of entangled interactive agencies extending from the microorganismic to species, has arrived late to the field of critical disability studies. Mitchell, key curator of critical disability studies, suggests, as I've tried to witness, that such a post-humanist approach situates disability not as deviant, but rather as evidence for the excess that marks materiality's agencies. Yet Mitchell notes in his introduction to the anthology, The Matter of Disability, a collection devoted to this more fine-grained lens of embodiment, how in fact, disability has not been invited into the academic communion of critical gender, race, class, environmental, feminist, and intersectional studies addressing the new materialist artery. We think we know disability when we see it, Mitchell concludes. And that seeing, itself a privileging of an ableist capacity, involves encountering a limit with which most disciplines about materialist embodiment would apparently rather not associate. So even surrounding the discourse that might make it possible to appreciate the 1001 manifestations of flesh we embody otherwise, we find still that psychic humanist refusal. Entangled Worlds, the first theological anthology to address the all-encompassing liveliness of new materialism, likewise did not invite disability to its otherwise expansive religious roundtable. With theology, as with critical studies, there appears a psychological limit where pathology kicks back in. To date, then, I'm suggesting there appears in the humanities as in theology an impasse, congealing at the site, the projection of disability, even within one of the most promising venues, new materialism, for appreciatively opening the lid on our variations of flesh. Like the keystone of humanism it was invented to be, disability asserts its psychological gravity. An engorging, egregious repulsion overwhelms even the liberal mind. Religion, Adam Miller proposes, might be defined as that which breaks our will to go away. Religion crafts the practices by which we keep faith with life. If so, then disability emerges as a psychosocial symptom of that which we do not wish to be existentially true and therefore accept about the cosmos. It evidences among those dissing our capaciousness, resentment against life, and thus constitutes what I want to call bad faith. Insomuch as disability might simply be defined, as Garland has defined it, as the transformation of flesh as it encounters world, one might suspect that the cosmological conditions refused include the ways in which the material conditions of our social and psychic lives are created neither by nor for us. As Melissa Orley, philosopher of new materialism, puts it, there is no one agential drive, but multiple drives behind the experience of embodiment. Humans are as much trafficked crossroads of those multiple, humans are as much trafficked crossroads of those multiple drives as are other organisms. And then, as psychotherapist Adam Phillips summarily puts it, whenever the world is not good enough, one has a mind instead, a sovereign will, a spirit, daring us to rethink the metaphysical loft of such mind or spirit, ever trying to get distance from terrestrial embodiedness. Philosopher of planned thinking Emmanuel Cochia pushes even further. Far from being superfluous trinkets of urban decoration, plants, which have transformed the world into the reality of breath, are the tattletales on our cultural metaphysical snobbery. Mind or spirit may emerge then as the very symptom of the forgetting of the vegetal and its transactional ontology. When we pull emotions and values and idealities into the presumption of immaterial consciousness, as it is evidence I'm asserting when refusing to think disability at the table of even new materialism, then spirit, a sovereign will, emerges like a hovercraft or drone over and against devalued flesh. Okay, so I'm trying to draw a distinction here. So rather than minding the body or having intelligence with the earth, we're pulling it away into a kind of a sovereign, abstract location. In this theopsychological formation, spirit appears where selfhood refuses to accept its limited mastery over what arises within experience. The stuff of which selves are made, Orley continues, is impersonal because the matter of which they are born and made does not begin with us, nor is it ever possessed or controlled by us. Indeed, other agencies use us to further ends that we do not have in mind. Fear, fomented into resentment, cloaks onlookers with an illusion of autonomous agency, again, namely spirit or mind, which then acts as a kind of anonymity cloak given entangled life. While Orley helps us pinpoint the cosmological concomitants that surface disability as bad faith with life, even sometimes hidden in the name spirit, we might also consider our affective psychocultural history with the vegetal. Disability, a projection, a way of interpreting another's body, psychologically locates on the human body a centuries deep fear of degeneration, ginned up during the Enlightenment as the counterweight to the arc of progress. Progress measures ladder-like movement away from this purported sinkhole, beginning with anxiety about the spoilative spin of the wheel of transience. You know, all things bright and growing we celebrate. Decay, not so much. We don't even respect it, though it is the very promise of regeneration. This fear of degeneration, resident within Pauline theocosmology, instantiating the bondage to decay over against the astral pull of spirit, was laced through the foundation of the Western intellect. Existential resentment has informed the baseline of cognition, such that, as Donna Haraway summarily puts it, the hardest technology is about pure spirit, and progress measures a transcendentalist overcoming of nature's seasons, cycles, and limits, a theological conviction summarily known as salvation history. Contemporaneously, this fear of all life coming to nothing was installed during the modern colonial era between the purported degenerate types and wholesome cosmopolitan humanity, where life was on the up and up. Sorting the valid from the invalid, because degenerate types made disability, that cognate of degeneration, the foundational template for racism. Non-human forces and systems had no place in the Enlightenment's calculus of liberty, essayist Amitav Ghosh explains. Indeed, being independent of nature was considered one of the defining characteristics of freedom itself. Such phobia of the spoilative churn of transience projected against persons with disabilities, as likewise assumed in our extractive culture, has seriously disrupted soil cycles, created waste, poisoned the waters, because we have refused to think human selfhood itself as part of a living system, recycled ever through the wheel of transience. Consequently, Crips now find ourselves positioned, at least strategically, if not also positively, with the vegetal at a critical planetary juncture. Reinventing the human as an entangled imaginary embedded within a broader world of codependent multi-species assemblages, as much as regenerative agriculture, are necessary technologies for reversing the destructive narratives that have justified and guided human transformation of Earth. While ecological theologies have over the past 4 decades worked to value the other than human, everything from animals to the planetary home, I've been suggesting there remain affective conditions related to our existential embeddedness, and especially including the vegetal, evidenced by the disposition towards disability that remain sites of ableist refusal. Yet this may not always have been unanimous within the historical diversity of Christian theological expressions. "O virtuous wisdom, O greenest branch," sang 12th century theologian Hildegard of Bingen, intoning the antiphonal O of Advent when greeting verdant planetary life. Hildegard might herself have been counted as a person with a disability, and so tied to the church as a form of medical care. She refused to home God in the heavens by espousing an incarnational conviction that rather took cosmic scope and scale. O moving force of wisdom, encircling the whole wheel of the cosmos, encompassing all that is, all that has life in one vast circle. God indeed, as she put it, assumed through incarnation the green cloak of humility, the verdant growth of vegetal life. Hildegard discerned the incarnational progress of humans seeking wisdom by checking the humors in the pith of plant and human alike. Christ, she asserted, is manifest in everything that flowers or is fruitful, whereas injustice disrupts the green energy of wisdom, leaving Earth a desert, desiccated, shipwrecked. Within this 12th century cosmology, flora and fauna, as much as humans, had a vocation, such that at one point Hildegard, like the tree monks of Power's novel, hear the elements lamenting loud and terribly on the subject of humanity, each crying according to their nature with noisy sounds and by inspiring fear. Hildegard harnessed her infamous headaches to produce scivias, cosmological diagnostics or visions. Her searing headaches, she asserted, left her deeply attentive to the sentient frame. She recognized the human impulse to turn spirit against greening power, to use religio-cosmology to interrupt the cycles of soil, water, air, elemental beings by getting value up and off the ground. But most intriguingly, for a Crips perspective, she opened desire beyond project self, so as to include the interests of agencies other than human. Comparing recent Christian theology over against Hildegard's cosmic incarnational artery for purposes of rethinking theological anthropology, and especially thereby disability, I would suggest that we might have mistaken wholeness, that cruel optimism, for what the poet Dylan Thomas called the force that through the green fuse drives the flower. Parallel Thoreau's constructive suspicion of the communicative sensorium between plant and human, Hildegard, a half millennium earlier than Thoreau, prized viriditas, greening energy, as a self-refreshing vegetal power of being in every creature. a greening energy, which when not interrupted and turned towards dry vein ends, wants nothing more than regeneration. Recent theology has rather made theological anthropology into a solipsistic mirror, treating embodiment as the symmetry of two little hands, two little feet, two little eyes, as if each body autonomously created were a measure of Platonic perfection and hence God's only worthy representatives, consequently deriding disability as degeneration. But oh, surprise, what plenitude hides in perceived lack. Powers himself describes thinking the overstory through dark green religion. In the great economy of life, trees want something from us, Powers insists. And so Powers invites us, turn your own social isolation toward planetary mutualism. People must lose their private narratives in an unseen network of connection that runs far beyond their own small selves, even beyond their own species. But if this be dark green religion, Powers also makes a Teilhardian move, writing into the life of coder Neely Mehta, Desjardins' theological argument for deploying satellite and computer technology as prostheses of human care for the earth, as a way of extending the dendrites of human brains to aid the regenerative compositional energies of Earth. Powers' deep green religious movement assumes the diverse embodiment of persons with disabilities, by extension then the avatar Crip. Crips find ourselves positively, constructively fused with the vegetal at this critical juncture for our planet. Crips find ourselves differently embodied with and through that territory humanism has not wanted us to think. We are the transitive agencies not subject to our will. Nature and what we do to it moves through us. Other agencies use us for ends not our own. Some among us might even have preconceptual or subconscious immediacy with the vegetal. Comparably, I've suggestedly insinuated that Crips bring back to the theological table that interesting ancient insight regarding the humus of our humanity, and so urge release of that dominion of the self, always planting a firm heel strike against the earth, opting for some more humble avatar through which we keep faith with planetary life. Crip might thus be the avatar of a promising green theo-religious swerve, an avatar more willing to live Teilhard's botanically vested vision of Christianity as a phylum of love planted in the terrestrial. This vision of the transpiration of love across and through time, stretching horizontally rather than a vertical breakthrough from above. Whether we think our vow is loving the world as God has loved it, or staying with the trouble as indicative of the Bodhisattva tradition, spirit in a green disposition, and so less repulsed by the vegetal and the spoil of turn of transience, might well be recognizable, as philosophical theologian Carmen McKendrick quipped, as a sort of anti-paranoia, equanimity perhaps. Part 3, going to ground, of asceticism, Crips, and futurity. Intellect coupled with charisma, but perched upon a physically stigmatic disability, produces a Medusa of a monstrosity, a conundrum for the transmission of theological authority. Christian theology, including some written about disability, seems residually tempted to hold onto a comfortable paternalism, treating disablement as a lack, such that Christianity therefore exudes a kind of philanthropic superiority over the disabled. Others with disabilities seeking ordination likewise still report being subjected to the question of whether one's embodiment appropriately represents the wholeness and perfection of Christ, as if that were manifest as physical uprightness and morphological symmetry, though Jesus was a torture victim and one in the long line of Jewish leaders descended from limping Jacob and stuttering Moses. Dinged and ditched, I go to ground. Intending to grow a perennial food forest, I plant orchards long before I realized that setting in, listen to this, bare root trees leaves me the single brain on the scene that must nurture and protect them until these solitaries begin to weave their symbiotic communal brain below ground. Over the first 2 summers, the new orchard is drought-stricken. Consequently, these new starts shape my life into a monastic schedule. 4:30 a.m. matins, with coyotes slinking behind me, finds me on my knee, filling their water bags. Vespers returns me to watering dozens of blueberries, elderberries, and currants set in their woodland gills. Slowly, though, life as a tree monk loosens the clenched fist of psychic pain. Nurture of the vegetative terrain is not exactly a practice of egolessness, but expansion of care and service to the garden means there's simply less room for human drama. Routines of the daily and seasonal stabilize me until I begin to feel the anchor of obligation stilling the dizzying spin of job loss. The trees obligate me as surely as Schleiermacher proposed that felt dependence might be the first tug of religious sentiment. Try living without a job, a friend invited, trying to soothe me at the onset of professional crisis. Sadly, living without a job is a no problem for a crip. Despite standouts like Temple Grandin, Robert Murphy still seems prescient regarding the professional downward career mobility that for many ensues upon or with disability. If not dinged and ditched, the unrelenting disciplines of living are embodied differences within an ableist culture, often leaves persons with disabilities trolling the margins, looking for a wayside rest, a bench even, staying out of crowd, foregoing the rat race. Well, Mitchell had consumerism in mind as he spoke, urging the consideration of disability living as an ethical domain alternative. I wonder how we might crip this interface with the vegetal as such, as an ethical domain alternative. And whether then this might yield ideas about what future crips might make with theology. Because culture at this time sets persons with disability aside as monastics, willed or not, I want to think this sessile vegetal reterritorialization of crip along the lines of Thoreau as a kind of political asceticism. Such intuitions as Powers tucks into his character Ray Brinkman, a property rights lawyer, become, consequent to a stroke and the onset of aphasia, a nature contemplative, might likewise lay behind the proposal of disability theologian John Swinton's invitation to persons with disabilities to live as friends of time. More recently, Rabbi Elliot Kukla wrote an opinion column for the Sunday New York Times in which he, as a person living with lupus and consequent chronic fatigue, recommended his daily rhythms as a worthy breach in the Puritan productivity-based work ethic still shaping American life, as well as a respite for a fragile planet. While asceticism is often yoked in the Western imagination with sexual repression, which we don't need, or the art of starving, here I follow Michel Foucault's reading of it as a kind of gymnastics or ethical self-fashioning. Specifically, one submits to exercises for shifting desire, metabolic pacing, economic and ecological entanglements of the self within the world, not so as to repress pleasure, but so as to claw back the geotemporal spaciousness of self from the tracks and habits developed by culture, and thereby we might reclaim self as a strategic possibility. Echoing the spiritual practices which are assumed by the Christian sacrament of baptism, wherein self as a positivist identity is once and again shrugged thrown away like an old worn coat. Asceticism has been within Christian histories part of a critical response to an acute social crisis. Given the strenuous work involved in shifting desires, one can well understand that asceticism is no rest cure. It's in this vein that Thoreau's retreat to Walden Pond becomes something more than nature sentimentalism. In her elaboration, Thoreau's Religion, Alda Balthrop Lewis argues that Thoreau's decision to remove himself to Walden was clearly set over against the emaciated vision of the human promoted by the then emergent industrial economy, and as an attempt to undermine the structures of domination to which one's life would otherwise contribute. Thoreau, as much as was true for classical monasticism or is for Vedic Buddhist self-practices, went about the critical constructive reshaping of daily life, revisiting such considerations as right living, right eating, good company, so as to yield a more attractive vision of life. Thoreau's ideas about the importance of detachment and relinquishment were as severe as any monk's, Doug Christie likewise concludes in his workbook on contemplative ecology, namely Blue Sapphire of the Mind. As much as going to the woods represented Thoreau's resistance to the emergent industrial economy, this move was equally an experiment in renovating his sense of self. While the village might have seen Thoreau's retreat as an exercise in solitude, he, refusing that colonial mentality of terra nullius, or the empty wilds, filled his day by keeping company with flora and fauna. This larger encompassing world of nature, the croak of frogs, the swell of pine needles, pulls open the strictures of self habituated to the manor house of modernism. Thoreau's commitment to keeping company with the vegetal shifted his perceptions from the dominion of self with a good heel set on the earth to the uncanny sense of being inside a living world. Intriguingly, he owed his abolitionist and nonviolent stances, from which Gandhi took inspiration, to his daily immersion in the great economy. And yet that misses the point. Thoreau, settling in for the bloom of the present moment at Walden, simply found pleasure. Such joy, the breath of the morning, the whistle of hawk, the creeping wood violets, these enable us to come alive to the world. Only when set within that scintillating pleasure of liveliness, where we find ourselves empty and purposeless, can the life of the world enter us, and can we then learn to exit the economy that consumes us as we rush and strive to secure ourselves. We miss the finer fruits of life, Thoreau suggests, not because we are unaware of their existence, but because our feelings for their value and importance has become atrophied in that other economy. Joy, Thoreau insisted, is the test of the form of life he recommends. If the day and the night are such that you greet them with joy, and life emits fragrance like flowers and scented herbs, that is your success. Such joy, wherein one shivers with the liveliness of the more than human, becomes the affective sensorium for ethical engagement in the immensity of a world of entangled multi-species assemblages. Accessing the divine powers proposes, himself an avid reader of Thoreau, remains as proximate for us as for Buddha, finding enlightenment under his bo tree. Rather than persons with disabilities fighting our way in, to the church, to religious community, to the bigger, better, faster of a certain cultural dreamscape, might we Crips, whether dinged and ditched, or bench warmers in the 24/7 world, develop the spaciousness of Crip subjectivity as something like this political asceticism. After all, as Mitchell asks, If disability brings nothing but likeness to others as its primary contribution to questions of lived embodiment, what value will it have to help us reimagine ways of artfully living less productive, less consumptive, and less exploitative lives? Through ascetic practices like opening the crypt self to the vegetal world, tree monks stray far from the curative time of modern liberal Christian theology. Curiously, crypts, with a nose for the chemical ecologies of life, with obligation like a force of gravity, find ourselves, one way or another, wired back to the garden, reconsidering the plant-person ontology of ancient scriptures, that is the humus of our humanity. Back in the garden, before the tree, asking as Powers does, how we might live such that we do not eat the pith out of the web of life. It could be the eternal project of humankind, Powers observes, to learn what forests have figured out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Betcher. I think we have time for just a couple questions, if that's okay. Dr. Betcher, can you hang on for a few?
I certainly will.
Thank you so much. All right. First up.
Thank you so much for honoring us with this presentation. We so appreciate it. I'm Elizabeth Foster. I'm an MDiv student here, and I just wanted to ask you, when you draw on Thoreau's connection with the natural world, how do you, if you do, sort of put his emphasis on self-reliance in conversation with disability values of interdependence?
Yep, that's a very good point. To tell you the truth, I haven't gotten there yet. So, it's just the beginning of thinking this. I think what I would say is that one of the thought worlds, metaphors that I was drawing on, and which we might want to think through, it, true or not, is, in Powers' novel, he talks about kind of the ways in which the dendritic affiliation trees have is not limited to trees. It draws his tree monks. And so I don't think that there's an absolutist template to what Thoreau is offering us, other than, this invitation to think political asceticism. And so it falls to us then to begin to live into this mutuality, this sense of reaching out, just as plants would, right? We now know plants do not live in isolation from each other, not even across kinds.
Anyone going to be brave? Well, I would just like to ask Michelle to close us out. This was a phenomenally rich talk. I hope that you all were able to ride that wave of poetry and reflection that Dr. Betcher offered us. I know that in her generous spirit, she would love to keep this conversation going with all of us.
Very much so.
Yeah. And I know that although we are distant geographically, she is spiritually here with us. And we hope to embrace soon in the physical as well, just to embody what we're all talking about today. But with that, I would just like Michelle to offer a small closing and welcome us into our next time together.
Hello. Cool. It looks like we have some questions in the chat. One was about publishing. So, but we'll get to that. Okay, so thank you all for being here for the keynote. Thank you, Dr. Sharon Betcher. This was amazing. Can we just give another thank you? Yeah.
Mind blown. It's safe to say, I think the quiet speaks for itself. So as we go into lunch, I just encourage you guys to keep having these conversations, to keep talking about what it means to reimagine narratives, to keep talking about joyous futures. And if you want to know more about Dr. Sharon Betcher, or if you have more questions, just let us know as things settle and questions come as they do. So again, thank you, Dr. Sharon Betcher. This was amazing. We'll give you one more time, and we hope to see you again soon.
Thank you. Me
So
too.
lunch is in the back, and help yourself. There's a variety of vegetarian meat options, everything. So yeah, thanks again.
And your relationship to technology, how does that allow you to connect with people, with the divine, and have community? That is fundamentally what we talk about when we're concerned about media and communication. And so I'm going to return to my slides. I have many tabs open, which makes it a little more difficult. Thank you for your patience. All right, now we're in the fun talking part. So part two, I'm going to talk about media literacy for community and faith leaders and give you some fundamentals for establishing and leading accessible digital ministries. So what do I mean when I say digital ministry? The core question is, how can we creatively and effectively use technology and digital media to continue the work of God in the world? And so this is not about the tools and the software and devices or anything like that that's readily available. That's not what digital ministry is about. It's about how those tools are used to have increased connection and engagement. And that's what's important. So if you came for a talk or a workshop on, here are tools that you can use in your ministry, I will direct you to Google to look those up. And so today I'm going to talk about ways that you can use those tools and what does it mean to do that. And so first off, faith communities have always been at the forefront of technological innovation way before modernity, which might be a little groundbreaking. Stick with me. One of the things that's typically marked when we think about mass media and digital media is the creation of the printing press during the Reformation. But if we consider media as a way in which that communities are making intentional decisions about how and in what way they want to communicate certain information about their beliefs, how they practice, what's important, what's not important. And so to give you a timeline of the different religious commitments that communities have had in a pre-modern way, first off is oral traditions. And the decision to preserve tradition orally and verbally was something that was deeply important to many traditions. And when the development of language and writing systems came into play, what you have is a linguistic practice of building a social network. And so the decisions that people made about what letter is going to be used to describe this, what image is going to be used to describe this, how are we going to write these things and on what, all of that is a religious commitment and a way of trying to find ways to communicate certain information. And so in a way that is a form, it's a medium in and of itself. We have a similar thing happening with the development of manuscripts, paper making, and book making that became heavily debated among most major religions once we come into the Common Era. The decision to make paper instead of using stone was an intentional decision. Regardless of what that meant and the intent behind it, there was a reason for it and a trust or a belief in that media is going to communicate something more than what has been able to be talked about or communicated or said in the past. And so we also have debates around art, images, and icons, and whether that is a form of communicating about the divine and communicating with the divine that is valid or reasonable or something that actually, does it contain the divine or does it reveal the divine? And so what's different about today, where nowadays we have people who are very skeptical about technology in the church and are very resistant to it. And then you have people, especially younger generations, who they are really about it and really encouraging. And so what I have identified in this context that I've been in is that the resistance to it is we're starting to see a shift away from material culture to media culture. And so material culture, this is about objects, artifacts, and architecture. And so concrete ways of understanding certain things in the world and in life. Media culture is a symbiotic relationship between popular culture and social networks that is enhanced by mass and digital media. And so it's fundamentally about networks, connectivity, and it's also a capitalistic enterprise. And so you have the socioeconomics coming into play as well when people decide, can we monetize how we are talking about the divine? How does this impact human relations in a different way? Mass production, people being involved in that, all of those kinds of things. That's all part of media culture. And so when we have the advent of cameras or other kinds of technology like that, people begin to find a different way of understanding, can technology reveal something about the divine that has not yet been revealed? And so that is a key aspect to kind of understanding the intersection of religion and digital media. Another aspect of something related to this is something called religious mediality, which is a very entrenched deeply into critical media studies and hasn't really come out from that. But mediality refers to the notion that there are aspects of society, politics, and culture that are not considered traditional forms of digital media, but the way that they function is a form of communication, a social network, or exchange of information in a similar way. And so with that, religion is functioning as a form of communication. So if we are to think of theology as God talk, and the way that we are formulating that, we are saying that there is something happening that we have to communicate about God or the divine. And so the way that we even think about theology and religion, regardless of what religious tradition it is in, there's an understanding that something is happening about religion that is communicating things about God into the world that functions as a media in many ways and manifests itself in that way as well. And so an example of this is Disney Pixar's Soul, which is an inverse of this, right? It's a movie, it's an animated movie, but the entire movie is talking about where do we come from? Where do we go? What's our purpose in life? How do we get there? The great beyond and the great before. All of that, it's eschatological, there's apocalyptic aspects to it. All of that is wrapped up in it, but it's not a movie branded about religion. And yet that's taking place. And so you can think about it as that way too. So what aspects of religion are functioning like digital media in the ways that they're communicating information and relating to people? And so one other kind of component to this is that how we do religion, faith, or spirituality is about belief and about communication. But more than that, it's about connectivity to God. And so the kind of way of when you're going to turn something on, like a computer or your phone, or plug something in, that's the same thing as when you decide to plug into a religious community, you're turning on to being aware of the divine. It's a very similar concept. And the way that we get overwhelmed by digital media as a disruption to that we have to find new ways of connecting that maybe aren't Wi-Fi, that maybe aren't devotionals. There are lots of parallels you can make in that. One of the things that the way that I approach my work is from the context I'm embedded in. So I've been a part of a digital youth ministry for about a year and a half. And this was the first time that I really started to think about the aspect of disability in the context of ministry in general, and how youth pastors and ministers in general can attend to the needs of all students, not just able-bodied students. And so the youth group was not intended to be online, but the pandemic hit. And what happened was within about 6 months, we had about 400 kids on our roster from all over the world. And so it became a fully virtual transnational global youth group for LGBTQ plus students who are high school, college aged. All around the world, we have students from US, Canada, all across Latin America, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, New Zealand, a couple people in Indonesia and Europe, all of it. And so there's something that digital ministry does that creates a sacred and safe space for people who aren't able to physically show up in a space without their embodiment being threatened. And so we have kids who are in the Netherlands, and for them, it's like 3 a.m. But on the East Coast, it's 8 p.m. and they're coming to youth group because that's the only space where they can connect to the divine. And so there's a unique potentiality of that to increase the way that people can interact with God. And so as part of that, this also made me aware of the opportunities that it gave to our students who had disabilities and chronic illnesses, that we had students who are immunocompromised, who have never been able to go to large youth group activities that you think of, the camps, all of that. They've never been able to go, and now they do. I'm someone with chronic illnesses as well. I have a whole slew of them, and that's definitely something, the way that I approach technology and the importance of it for me, that I don't have control necessarily of when flare-ups happen, but I still want to be involved in a religious community and not receive judgment for or not feel guilty about not being able to go. And so being able to have a virtual option or fully digital allows me to participate without physically forcing myself to go beyond what I can physically do that day. We have students who are recovering from procedures and surgeries, and they're able to still hang out with their friends and just be a part of that group. We have so many students who are neurodivergent, and I think this is the gift of digital ministry, that our neurodivergent students have been able to thrive, not just in our youth group, but their parents have reached out to us and have confirmed that they are able to stimulate, they're able to engage in a space, they can unmute, can they put in the chat, they can hop on the Discord server. All of that allows them to engage and show up in a space in a way that is authentic to them, that in a traditional youth ministry setting, they would be told to leave, or they would be told to be quiet, or to like not make noise and not be a disruption, where we actively encourage that. And that's something that is very unique about digital media and digital ministry in particular. And so ultimately it becomes a safe space for the questioning and the spiritual wandering and the disabled to just be as they are and express themselves in any way that they see fit. And there's so much creativity and curiosity that comes from that. And so the last thing I'll say in this portion about digital ministry itself is the difference between participation and engagement, which is a big conversation right now in ministry in general. I argue that engagement is far more important and is what will lead to communal flourishing, relational flourishing, and having deeper connections to the divine. Because with participation, people are more concerned about having a high volume or a large number of people attend their gatherings, services, and worship. And so there's an emphasis on size and population growth. And in the youth ministry that I was just talking about, we really were like overwhelmed by how quickly we were growing. Like, we need to slow down, because what we were realizing is that the numbers don't matter if people aren't actually engaging in their spirituality, aren't sinking in and doing the deep work, and don't know what their inner knowing is, because we can't attend to them. And so when we focus on engagement in digital ministry, we're more focused on consistently having people attend and being aware of that and seeing how they're being involved and incorporated into that space. Part 3, this is the fun part. If you are in person, I encourage you to gather with other people if you are comfortable with that. And you feel safe doing so, because we're going to break out into small groups, both in person and online, to walk through some case studies. And so there's a QR code and a link to an activity that is also accessible on many devices, and should be something that most people should do. If not, the link has been provided in the chat as well. And I'll give you all a moment for that. All right. If anyone needs the link, either in person or online, let us know and we will provide it to you. But I'm going to go ahead and move on to the activity. I love seeing people on it. This is great. All right, so let me break this down. I was trying to figure out different ways for us to think about disability and digital ministry. Oh my, that's a look. I was trying to find ways that we could talk about it in a way that wasn't just me standing up here telling you, if this happens, you should do this, because it's contextual. And so whether it's a church or a synagogue or a temple, whether it's a nonprofit, whether it's a house, all of that has different responses to it. And all of us are bringing different understandings about disability and about embodiment. And so to me, I want to have you all begin to problem solve, because as leaders and community members, you're going to encounter these things. And most of the time, you're going to have to make split-second decisions that impact how you can engage with someone who has chronic illnesses or is disabled or anything like that, and be able to fully include them. And so I will explain, and then I will help divide. If you would mind creating 2 breakout rooms on the Zoom chat for people. And so I'm going to give you all about 20 minutes, theoretically, 20 minutes, we'll go for it. And you're going to develop short-term and long-term solutions to the case study. And there are 3 parameters that I'm giving you to help you in that process. First of which, the solutions have to be low cost, both long-term and short-term, because the reality is we are in a crisis of economics and finance that I don't want to have costs be a factor or an inhibiting factor for anyone to participate in some kind of community. Second, your solution can't further exclude or differentiate people with disabilities or disabled persons, which will make sense. I'll read all 5 of the case studies and you'll get a sense of why I'm saying that. And thirdly, the solutions have to implement technology and or digital media in some way. Again, the case studies are interesting. And so I want you to get creative about what that could look like in the process of making those solutions. Because the point of this is that I want you to see and believe in the potentials of technology and digital media to transform the way that we minister to people or the way that we serve people in general. And so I'm going to read the case studies for you all, and then I'll divide you off. Group 1 or case study 1. A disabled person is visiting your community for the first time, and they are enthusiastic to be joining you in person. This person is using a wheelchair or mobility device, and the building is not accessible. There are several flights of stairs indoors and outdoors, and there is no handicap ramp or elevator. What do you do to include this person in your community? 2. Your faith community is in a major city or an urban area, and you are part of the Environmental Justice Committee. Your committee members have voted in favor of having paperless worship and transitioned to only using recitation or oral methods of communication and worship. You know there are members in your context who are deaf and or hard of hearing. What are some accessible options for deaf or hard of hearing folks that are also environmentally conscious? 3. A pandemic hits, surprise, and your faith context is in a rural area. The majority of your community does not have reliable access to broadband, internet, or Wi-Fi, and many members are elderly who do not have a computer or device other than a home phone or a cell phone. Okay, we're going back in time. How do you keep your community members engaged even if participation is low? Number 4, you are coordinating the meals for an event in your community. Alternatively, you have been tasked with providing the food for religious services like celebrating Eid, Shabbat dinner, communion, ending a fast, etc. You know that several of your community members have severe food allergies to 1 or more of the top 9 allergens: milk, eggs, peanuts, tree nuts, shellfish, fish, wheat, soy, sesame. How do you best serve them? Group 5. You are planning a weekly activity for your children's ministry, and several of the youth are neurodivergent, have sensory processing disorders, and or have intellectual or developmental disabilities. How do you include these youth with able-bodied kids? What strategies might you use in the activities themselves? So Let me see. So if you are in the Zoom, I believe there are 2 breakout rooms. How many people are on our Zoom? Will it be randomized or will they choose? Stay with that. The first group, you'll do group 1. The second group on Zoom, you'll do group 2 for the case study. And I'm going to count off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, we have like 12, 13 people. Let's see. I'm trying to think. This cluster. So these 4, can we do, if we have 12 people, can we do either 3 groups of 4 or 4 groups of 3? You're choosing. Beautiful. 3 groups of 4. And so that may require physically moving or joining a group. If that's not something you are able to do, we can find a way to modify that so you can still participate. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Yes, that is the point. I don't. Yes, thank you. The question was if you can use the internet while you're doing these case studies, and the answer is absolutely yes. I don't expect that you all will have the answers or no, and so part of this is also for you to do the discovery aspect of it, of finding ways to do digital ministry. And so yes. Are there any other clarifying questions? Oh, I don't. That's on. Oh. We're getting there slowly but surely. This group is group 3, group 4, group 5. Also, if you would like to opt out, you're fully welcome to. I will be walking around in person to kind of help you out and think through things, also on Zoom as well. So. Hi, hello. Sorry to interrupt. I encourage you to write on the Jamboard. The idea is for you to use the Jamboard. If you do not know how, please let me know. But that is the idea. You have sticky note options, you have a text box option, you can draw, you can have like colors, anything. We are doing digital ministry here. So.
Yeah, unless I can join in on on my phone and she and I can just talk. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
So many different laptops.
Thank you. I apologize. I will repeat for everyone. If one person from your group can communicate your short-term and long-term solution in any way possible, for the people on Zoom, to protect your privacy, since these are recorded, go ahead and just put them in the chat if possible, or put them on your Jamboard and just make it clear, and I will orate them. And we're going to go in inverse order. So group 5, please share your short-term and long-term solutions.
Okay, I will share our short and long-term solutions. Some short-term solutions that we came up with is to simply ask what students need. And so like asking their grown-ups or their parents, like, do they have an IEP? Would you be willing to share what that accommodation might be with me? Of just like literally asking. And I think a lot of times, or sometimes, people with disabilities are just kind of like told what they need instead of having them, even as a child, like children can articulate what they need even at like a basic level. And so simply like asking them what they need, some really easy solutions of like, if you're having a youth group conversation, could you include a PowerPoint with images just to like sit at the head of the table, even if you don't have like presentation technology available. Having some options for people to get up, walk around, move. We talked about having a lot of like sensory fidget things. Oftentimes students maybe already have those or like create them themselves with like things around their house, like rubber bands. I always did that as a kid. So like having them be able to bring that, we thought was really helpful for some short-term, like cheap solutions. And then long-term solutions, we talked about making things accessible before it's needed. Of a lot of times congregations don't think about the people that aren't there until they're there. And then they go, oh, now we don't know how this person could get up the stairs, but we never had this problem before, quote unquote. So like looking at things before it's quote unquote needed, I would argue that it's always needed, but like analyzing maybe as a congregation, like what people aren't here and why aren't they, like what are the barriers that makes them not here? Changing language of to have like formal or informal assessments or activities that allow options for drawing or writing or moving or acting or having kind of multiple strengths, multiple sensory things involved. And then lastly, I kind of talked about how there's actually grants for religious communities to update their technology if there's no technology available. I was in a congregation that we wrote a lot of grants to get some technology accessible to us. And so that can be a long-term solution as well.
Wonderful. For the sake of time, would group 4 or group 3 prefer to share? Okay, great. Group 3. I also want to note that I apologize to the people who are on Zoom and experiencing one of the terrible downsides of digital ministry and having connectivity issues and the accessible services not being fully available. That is one of the downsides. And so I apologize for that unfolding during a workshop on digital ministry. So just wanted to say that as well. Group 3.
What a fantastic opportunity. Thank you so much.
Make sure to speak into the microphone for the people on Zoom.
Sorry, I was sassing my group. I wasn't speaking for the sake of the conference. Okay, beautiful humans. We similarly started with asking the congregation what would serve them. Hondo Thundo, great idea. Yes, and yes to that. And then we thought of some pretty short-term concrete ideas. We spent some time around like, could we gather outdoors? Could we send WhatsApp sermons? We heard a bit about what churches have actually done. WhatsApp sermons is a thing churches have done. Facebook Live, maybe using phones. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh gosh. Thank you. Sorry. It's okay. Great. Thank you. Sorry, we just want to make sure that everybody can. All right, we have a note talking about live captioning. Should we disable auto captioning because it wasn't working?
Yeah, so do you have a cart later?
Yeah, we should.
Okay, so you can disable that and
Thank you. Just want to make sure. Thank you. In terms of maybe more longer term solutions beyond the ones we're seeing globally, we talked about maybe reaching out to like a local access TV station or radio station to see if there are options for broadcasting, either visually on TV with captions for folks who are deaf or hard of hearing, or on AM radio station if that works better for other folks. And then we also talked a bit about the reality of the digital divide and the inequity embedded in that, and like access to broadband internet. And so we wondered about advocating for locally and perhaps statewide for policy change around access to internet.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We are a little bit over time, and so I just want to say thank you so much for engaging with me today. And I hope that it was, you learned something, you took away something, you have a little new nugget of information, maybe a new way of thinking about what religion actually is. Yeah, thank you all so much.
Thank you all. Right now we're in a transition. We're in a break period. I just want to say thank you. I love how can we expand the idea of communication and community too. And I appreciate that we can find that here in person, but also in a virtual space, which I think is really powerful. So right now we're concluded the workshop session. And just as a reminder, I've gotten a couple notes throughout the day about recordings. All of the sessions are going to be recorded, and come to the conclusion of the conference, we're going to have all the recordings kind of clipped and edited a little bit, and then they're going to be posted. And once we have that all, we're going to send out an email to you guys as to where to find them and all the stuff like that. But feel free to keep asking those questions. Right now we have about 10 minutes until our synthesis discussion begins. So right now, please take a break. I can come to you right now.
Okay, I'm gonna ask everyone to get situated and comfortable and quiet because we are about to start this panel discussion. All right. Thank you all so much for attending this conference, and we're so excited that this has become a reality. I am Elizabeth Foster. I'm a third-year MDiv student here at BU. I use she, her pronouns, and just a very quick visual description. I'm a white woman. I have sort of brown auburn hair, and I'm currently wearing a black dress, and I have this lovely orange lanyard for the conference. And I am so pleased to introduce our three panelist speakers. First, we have Dr. Mary Jo Iozzio, who is from the Boston College School of Theology and Ministry and is joining us on Zoom. You can see her right there. And she is a professor of moral theology at Boston College's School of Theology and Ministry. Her teaching and research interests include Catholic social teaching, fundamental moral theology, virtue ethics, relational ethics, and feminist and context-based theological ethics. She has been working at the intersection of theology and disability since 1994 and has served in various leadership positions in the American Academy of Religion. And next we have Reverend Dr. Anastasia Kidd from right here at Boston University. And she is co-director of contextual, and she is now co-director of contextual education at the Boston University School of Theology, an ordained clergywoman in the United Church of Christ, and a lifelong fabulous fat person. Her upcoming publication by Pilgrim Press is entitled Fat Church, Claiming a Gospel of Fat Liberation. Yes, please do your applause. It explores the ways white American Christians have historically participated in anti-fat bias, healthism, and body policing to the detriment of God's gospel of freedom, and invites the adoption of a fat-positive Christian spirituality rooted in values like abundance, pleasure, and the dignity of all bodies. And we have, last but not least, Rose Percy, who is an MDiv from also right here at Boston University. And she is a third-year MDiv student on the Religion in the Academy track. She hosts a podcast called Dear Soft Black Women, where she facilitates conversations and affirmations for Black women and femmes overcoming the strong Black women myth. Centering approaches drawn from the Black imagination, Rose's work engages theologies of imagination, critical pedagogy, and Black literature to develop practices of rest as resistance. Rose has taught undergraduate classes under the umbrella of intercultural studies, focusing on racial justice, Christian theology, and activism. Rose brings these experiences to her role as co-founder of CUNY, a nonprofit initiative run by and focused on co-creating sacred space for disabled, BIPOC, queer BIPOC, and by women of color. She is, and we are very lucky to have her with us today. And I think we're gonna start off with some remarks from Anastasia Kidd.
Thank you so much. And I want to start by thanking the organizers of this conference for the opportunity to be here with y'all this afternoon. It's been a truly rich day of learning and discourse, and I'm very excited to be part of it. I sit here with an embodiment that's different than most in this room, and perhaps different than many of you who are joining us online. I am a super fat woman in a society that valorizes and is built for thinner, abled bodies. This has made me a student of the interdisciplinary field of critical fat studies. If you haven't already read extensively in this field, please know that it seeks the thriving of fat people in the bodies that we have, the end of diet and wellness culture, and the rehabilitation of a medical industry that profits wildly from society's anti-fat weight stigma. Fat studies stand in stark contrast to obesity studies, a field of research that's aimed at eradicating fatness entirely through medical interventions that almost always cause more harm than good. In fact, if you hear nothing else that I say, please hear that the word obese is a slur. The word obese is a slur within fat activism circles. The word itself derives from a Latin phrase that means to overeat. So whenever someone uses the word obese, there is within its use an assumption of how I got this way. And that assumption, which is made by friends and family and doctors alike, is always rooted in a fat person's presumed gluttony. Even if decades of studies show that fatness is a medically complex, genetically based, and very rarely a simple product of ingestion. So please remember, the word obese is a slur. It is much better just to say fat. That said, I want to draw your attention to 3 other points that I think are important as we consider today's conference, this day of claiming wholeness and divinity and joy through our embodied experiences and understandings of disability. First, I want to name that fatness is a perfectly good embodiment, though society would tell us otherwise. This is a simple statement, but it is also perhaps the most important point that's made in modern fat activism's 6 audacious decades. When fat people yell, "We're here, we're spheres, get used to it." Yeah, go ahead, that's funny. We are the ones that are laughing at society that would name us anything but perfect just as we are. This is because such unapologetic fatitude is so countercultural. The $78 billion diet industry tells us that fatness is a mutable trait, something that's changeable with diet and exercise and willpower, a problem in need of fixing. And the power of fat activism deflates in some folks' minds with the thought, well, you can just lose weight and you'd never be oppressed. This is simply not true. Even the obesity studies field itself shows that only 2% of people can keep weight, which is lost through diet and exercise, completely off their bodies for a lifetime. Aging too naturally increases many people's adipose tissue. Fatness is not a disease, it's a body type. To claim fatness as a permanent and valid identity marker worthy of being acknowledged at the intersection alongside all other embodied identities is to claim the political power of being fat in a world that is made for the small. The second point I want to make is that disability politics and fat politics align, and there is collective power in our shared activism. We both seek the decoupling of human dignity from capitalism's demand for productive bodies and from white supremacy's moralized notions of health. The legal efforts of fat people and disabled people align as we work toward common protections and physical accommodations that would enhance our lives and widen our access to society. Fat people and disabled people both have to fight way too hard for our healthcare and systems that fight us right back. Fat people and disabled people are aligned spiritually as well in common defiance of the notion that the unwell body is a sinful or miscreated body. We align in all of these ways and a dozen more, but, and it's a big but, pun intended, there is a problem, and that problem is my third and final point. I have been in fat activist circles that are woefully ableist. And I've been in disability circles where I've witnessed rampant fat phobia and the moralizing of food. Yes, our politics align, but this doesn't mean that we are immune to believing all the lies that society tells us about one another's bodies. As Betcher reminded us today, repulsion is part of even the liberal mind. Disabled people sometimes ignore potential fat allies. Maybe all the baggage of diet culture feels too heavy to carry into the disability justice fray, and disability politics are often more radical than the blithe body positivity crowd, whose blogs and posts are the most visible bingo wing of the fat acceptance movement. Perhaps they make it seem like we fat folks will forget the justice fight just as soon as they make enough cute clothes for us in size 6X or larger. Fat people have similar biases against disabled folks. Most of us have been told our whole lives by doctors and friends that we must lose weight expressly to avoid disability. We've been cheered along on diets with phrases like, "There is a thin woman inside you just waiting to get out." By the way, that phrase terrified me as a child because I thought it was literally true. I thought that if I didn't lose weight, that I would have a small dead woman inside of me, which is a terrible, horrible thought for an 8-year-old. Anyway, when you're told repeatedly that fatness is escapable, your ultimate goal becomes assimilation, fitting into society. And I mean literally fitting in too, fitting into chairs without permanently bruised thighs, a miraculous deflation. Some fat people, the notion of claiming disability, of claiming with truth and with pride our body's fat as a permanent and wanted difference, is tantamount to giving up on the thinness dream that we've always been told is our salvation. And this is really hard to do. Can you see the friction, the heat that is generated between all of these stereotypes? It's a friction that stalls the urgent work of justice that is our common goal. We must heed Betcher's invitation to open the lid on our own variations of flesh. Fat activists must interrogate our ableism, and disability activists must interrogate their fat phobia. By challenging the predominant narratives around each other's bodies, we begin the work that we want to see in wider society, and we seed necessary change. We are all taught by capitalism and wellness culture and white supremacy to live as though our bodies are autonomous, self-determined things purely of our own making. But what I've heard repeated over and over again today by our presenters is this invitation to live interconnectedly, to invest in one another's thriving, even as fiercely as we demand our own. Betcher described the humus of our humanity, that generation, decay, and regeneration cycle that webs us thoroughly with one another and with all of creation. To ignore this cycle is to miss the potential of a longevity of justice that will most certainly outlive us all. I was especially taken with Betcher's image of herself in the garden, the care with which she describes tending precarious, newly planted, bare root trees. She names their need for systemic cultivation, the 4 a.m. watering of quietly growing roots. This is a cultivation that interrupts our daily lives and demands an intentionality of practice. We cannot accidentally grow interconnectedness. It must be tended. Like the trees grow networks of overground and underground communication, so must we, Crips and fatties alike, over time, proliferate our conversations in public, overground spaces, and in private, underground spaces, until a time in which we are all well-rooted in systems of mutuality. In public, we can continue to vest in conferences like these, pushing the scholarly agenda toward the inclusion of our wildly theological bodies. We must advocate for one another's work. We must recommend one another's names when fatness and disability should be at the table, and they should always be at the table together. In public, we must show our joy and pleasure that we take in the here and now, our humor, our sexuality, our body defiance. We must root ourselves publicly in these ways. These are our overground connections that we must intentionally cultivate. But tree roots typically grow deeper underground. And both disability activism and fat activism are bottom-up endeavors because we know the look of the underside of the ladder. And both of our communities have thrived in rich darkness, hidden from anyone who wasn't looking for us. So in private, we must grow our roots further. We must make friendships where we can be vulnerable and honest about the ambiguity of living in disabled and fat bodies in this hard world. We must take each other's hard stories seriously and hold them close and breathe life into one another's lungs when the world has given us body blows. In private, we can grieve together. We can name the sources of our oppression and cultivate our rage and our defiance. We can shore up one another's agency. We can find joyful connections in private too, intimate connections, ways of being with one another that don't demand we hide our scars, our flesh, our undoing. In private, we access the chaotic divine that lives within one another, and we see and honor in one another that which the world will not see. Our collective joy will root us together. The power of the Christian gospel has always been its invitation to organize society in a new way. Sometimes the church has used that power for colonization, and sometimes it has used it for liberation. At every crossroads, it's made a choice, and that choice has been made by people of faith like many of you and me. Disabled people and fat people can and should align our efforts, struggling with one another for the justice that we know we all deserve. We can help reorder society toward communal notions of wellness that don't rely on a hierarchy of bodies. We can end structural health disparities. We can remove anti-fat, healthist, and ableist judgments of ourselves and of others. This is how a gospel of body liberation grows, by naming fat people and disabled people as a powerful community rather than weak individuals. By intentionally cultivating our network of rootedness, both above ground and below ground, by accessing the divine, by seeing God's incarnation at work in one another's bodies, and by living into the truth of our belovedness as one big, fat people of God. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anastasia. And I am now going to invite Rose to offer a reflection as well.
Whew. Hello, everyone. My name is Rose J. Percy. I was born in Haiti and raised in the United States, and I identify as Haitian and Black with a capital B. And I do not claim the label of disability to describe myself. I have only recently begun to understand some of my lived experiences through the lens of disability. And so I acknowledge that my evolving disability status remains unseen and differs from those whose disabilities are visible. But I enter this conversation about divinity and embodiment with a concern that Black bodies are seen and responded to in ways that honor our sacredness. Like many areas in the academy, disability studies tends to be a predominantly white space. And while I'm exploring the intersection of Blackness and disability in my own life, I'm also uncovering connections between disability theology and my growing appreciation for womanist theology, as well as my poetic appreciation and obsession with Black aliveness. In The Spirit and Politics of Disablement, Dr. Sharon Betcher questions the forces that keep the wheels of capitalism spinning through the social critique of the disabled body. And I think it's necessary to put this critique in dialogue with the social critique inherent in Black women's bodies, which in this country have been historically tied to economic production and labor. In her work, Too Heavy a Yoke, Black Women and the Burden of Strength, Dr. Shaniqua Walker-Barnes writes extensively about how the strong Black woman myth was imagined to combat a slew of negative stereotypes about Black women. According to Walker-Barnes, the origin of the myth begins in post-slavery Reconstruction era narratives within and around the Negro problem, as it was called. And the diagnostic, pathologizing gaze turned towards blaming Black women for the downfall of the race, but also tasked them with the burden of uplifting it within the Black family and in society. As labor takes on a dual meaning and the strong Black woman myth continues to inform our culture, many Black women respond to the pressure by hiding their pain behind the appearance of having it all together. The consequences take a physical toll, Walker-Barnes describes grimly. Beneath the strong Black woman persona, Black women are experiencing physical and mental illnesses at alarming rates, facing shorter life expectancies than our white counterparts with similar ailments. Dr. Betcher describes the ableist gaze, informed by compassion and colonizing idealisms, aims to heal, lift, and help disabled people to become normal as defined by dominant standards. To emphasize the experiences of Black women must include narratives that call attention to the culturally mediated apathy and expectations that Black women, including disabled Black women, encounter as they navigate health concerns. In This Here Flesh, Cole Arthur Riley marries Black literature, stories, and contemplative thought to her journey through chronic pain. In a chapter entitled Body, Cole describes the commodification of her Black body in white space. Quote, "My body as spectacle, as token, has become very familiar to me. There is a feverish cannibalism for Black bodies. I won't be blamed for what I did to survive it," end quote. I cannot help but think about Dr. Betcher's use of post-colonial psychologist Frantz Fanon's description of the colonial gaze. Fanon says, quote, "Fixed in the gaze or caught in the stare, the colonized and or disabled body, thoroughly objectified and physicalized, takes place at the skin, threatening to collapse the psychic room of personhood." And as someone who has navigated predominantly white Christian and or academic spaces for over 10 years, I am accustomed to a gaze much like the one named by Riley, Fanon, and Betcher, but I find myself reaching for Alice Walker's definition of womanism, to honor the beauty the world does not see. There is divinity beyond the gaze. My reason for doing so is exquisitely described by Dante Stewart, author of Shoutin' in the Fire, who writes, quote, "The Black body revealed both the wages of sin around us," as Baldwin writes, "but it also revealed the terrible beauty of those who had loved themselves enough to survive." The latter part, the beauty of those who loved themselves enough to survive, parallels the final words of Walker's definition of womanism. A womanist loves music, loves dance, loves the moon, loves the spirit, loves food, loves love and food and roundness, loves struggle, loves herself regardless. A fuller reading of Walker's definition will find that it deals with a deconstruction of the gaze set upon the bodies and beings of Black women. But what I'm calling Black aliveness might be best expressed in a poem, a short poem by June Jordan. And it's called "Who Look at Me?" Who look at me? Who see the children on their street, the torn down door, the wall complete, an early losing games of ball, the search to find a fatherhood, a mothering of mine, a multi-million, multicolored mirror of an honest humankind? Look close and see me, Black man mouth for breathing, north and south, a man. I am Black alive and looking back at you. I am Black alive and looking back at you. One of my favorite books is a collection of poems and essay responses by Natasha Marin called Black Imagination. Insert, side note here, poetry is like scripture to me. So I find myself reaching for this collection that was put together in 2020. And it helps ground me spiritually as I hold many significant events that continue to shape my reality, our reality in recent years. In recent years, we've seen how COVID-19 has disproportionately affected Black and Brown communities, and we have also heard racism named as a public health crisis. And not long after that news hit, as we have seen in one of our sessions today, there were massive protests from anti-maskers to lift COVID restrictions. And most of that is coming from, when we have to explicitly name, predominantly white communities. We have also heard it reported with disturbing relief, also highlighted in a session today, that many who died of COVID-19 had existing comorbidities, as if these facts should temper the complicity and sense of moral responsibility we ought to feel. So as I hold the rage and frustration, I turn to the scriptures that Marin provides for me, especially when the question of Black Lives Matter, when I doubt that the answer to society is to give me is yes, they do. I turn to these words, and for those of us who hold Blackness and disability as part of our identities, I offer this poetic response to one of her questions, which is, how do you heal yourself? Before I read it, I want to briefly explain this, this one word, the panopticon, which comes from this wonderful concept by Foucault of, I say wonderful sarcastically, let me be clear, of a prison designed in a circle where there's like individual rooms, but no one can really see and communicate with each other. And in the center, there's a tower and someone is watching you, maybe. We don't know who's in the tower, who's not. It could be empty, could not be, blah, blah, blah. The point is you're isolated, you're confused, you're alone, and separated from those who are in the same conditions as yourself. And so the poetic response to this question, how do you heal yourself, comes from Misha Manson of Seattle, Washington. The children of the panopticon have asked for hammers. They have taken up roots, breaking glass. The children of the panopticon have asked for mortar. They are building homes. The children of the panopticon have asked for scissors. They are cutting each rope still dangling from trees. The children of the panopticon have been running naked, free of chains, free of prying eyes, no longer prey. We are no longer prey. We are building homes. We are breaking glass, and we are giving way to our voice. We are free. Now I see the importance of disability theologies intersecting with womanist thought and Black aliveness in the work that I do. So CUNY is a network for disabled folks of color, queer folks of color, and women of color who are ready to co-create space where we affirm and celebrate each other and love Jesus with all of who we are. And I work alongside my colleagues, Anna Kim Hackett, Carla Mendoza, and Erica Ramos-Thompson, who are watching, hello, to facilitate spaces where we can imagine community and belonging that center those who experience marginalization in the church and in society. To be specific, white supremacy, heteropatriarchy, and ableism continue to form systems of oppression that harm us. And while it is important to actively dismantle these systems of oppression, CUNY is concerned with creating spaces that celebrate our identities now. And at present, we have two active initiatives. The first one is a group for disabled women and gender expansive people of color. And our second initiative is for those who are ready to collaborate and form their own sacred spaces. And in our pre-launch listening sessions for disabled BIPOC, we took seriously the call to learn from our COVID reality, which changed how so many of us navigate the world. So many of us found ourselves dealing with restrictions that disabled folks know all too well. We also leaned on services to create access to communities for us that disabled folks use online all the time. So we take seriously the call to remember what these last few years have taught us and to integrate practices that honor all of the bodies in our community. Affirming again, yet another quote from Cole Arthur Riley's work, because we want to be people who are capable of extending welcome to the body, even those bodies the world discards and demeans. And we believe that to do so is to be a people of faith. We will stay whole. This kind of work cannot be done in isolation, and it frequently demands community that affirms and holds sacred what our bodies know. It requires us to continually shift our imaginations as we ask, what kinds of communities can we imagine where our leadership as disabled, queer, and women of color is trusted? What kind of communities can we imagine where our love of Jesus and our passion for justice meet the stories of our inherent dignity and worth? Can we cultivate in these spaces experiences of being seen and respected that transverse the basic condition of tolerance? Can we dare to desire, imagine, and create something beautiful to enjoy now? And what kind of communities can we enjoy, to borrow another one of Marin's questions, when we are safe, valued, and loved? And I joined this work because, and in spite of the fact that my Black body represents an American debt, Black bodies remind America of a brokenness, a debt that remains unpaid. However, the exchange rate does not amount to wholeness, and being made equal in an unjust system is not enough. The white gaze pathologized disorder on the Black body as Fanon described, and to find wholeness apart from it. He advised that we must not be afraid to look crazy. In our CUNY logo is a purple unicorn in a wheelchair with rainbow locks. So we are leaning into it. In a world where we are safe, valued, and loved, I see Black aliveness in its full absurdity, challenging the connection between Black and death. I recognize that the shadows come along, and within them, the gaze that looks down on our bodies. There may be no way around it, but I am inspired by how we can be called to the lens of disability studies, especially in conversation with womanism, into interdependency, into the creation of spaces where we can affirm the dignity of those on the margins now. Behold, I am Black alive and looking back at you.
Thank you so much for those words, Rose. And we are now going to turn to reflection from Mary Jo, who is joining us via Zoom.
Yes, so thank you so much for those presentations. I'm humbled by your passion and the depth of your concerns, as well as the scholarship that you're presenting. This conference has been very interesting, very alive in so many different ways, and affirming to so many different members, not only of the community that's here gathered, but will reach beyond. I can see that there's a number of opportunities for presentations to be developed into papers. Of course, I'm an academic, and so we're always kind of pointing folks in those directions. Your reflections are right on and carefully researched and presented. So I thank you very, very much for that. So I began developing what I was going to say as the day has unfolded. So thank you for the presentations, and especially to my friend and colleague, Sharon Betcher. I'm delighted with all of the images that she has provided for us in terms of tilling the earth and connecting to the earth. My prepared notes have to do with environmental justice and how environmental injustice has been the experience of most people with disability globally. But I want to start with one of my own personal commitments, which is to disability justice and a preferential ethics, in particular for persons with disability, and even more so those who live at the intersections of multiple realities that complicate the presence of disability in their lives. Further complicate, not all disabilities are complicating, but intersectionality complicates those conditions as we might not initially recognize. So when the work that I do on disability ethics and a preferential justice really focuses on increasing the visibility and the presence of persons from these underrepresented communities for whatever the conditions are that they may have, for inclusion in the main. This is not, well, you get to stay over there, or we can open up a space for you in the basement, or you could sit in the highest bleachers. These are not the ways that we are including people. We're simply taking money from them, whoever the we is here. I'm always impressed when I enter a venue that I haven't been in by the lack of accommodations whether it is for persons with sensory disability, persons with physical disability, persons with intellectual and or emotional disability, all of these failures on the part of the contemporary establishment fails to take into consideration when they are designing the space, decorating the space, making the space welcoming to a clientele that theoretically should be anybody that wishes to come and participate and enjoy whatever is being offered at the establishment. I get very passionate about pointing out to my companions, and often as well to, if I'm at a restaurant, the wait staff, and possibly to the maitre d', the lack of accommodations that I am experiencing, not as a person with disability, but a person who is aware of the lack of accommodations to my sisters and brothers who may wish to accompany me at some future date in a venue, save for the fact that it is inaccessible. So my training is in theological ethics, and so I'm always looking for what's better, not necessarily what's broken, but for what's better, what can we do better in order to be as expansive as God has been to us with giving us, thank you, Sharon, for the environment, for giving us this planet that is beyond all imagination, defined by the word diversity. What amazes me is how stingy humankind is in extending the welcome to persons who do not meet the hegemonic norm. As if diversity is some abstract notion, it is all around us. And many people will recognize the beauty that comes with the planet, the flowers and the trees and the smells, the textures. But when it comes to appreciating the diversity that is present in humankind, this is where segregations and oppressions are taking root, have taken root and caused havoc over the centuries. I refer to it as kaleidoscopic fecundity. God is a God of abundance beyond all knowing. And I use the image of a kaleidoscope. I'm hoping that you know what a kaleidoscope is. It's kind of an old device, but I think that most of us would recognize it when we saw it. You put this spyglass up to your eye and you twist it, and there are colored pieces that float around in the kaleidoscope. I use the image of the kaleidoscope to argue for the diversity that is in all of creation, inclusive of humankind. It gives people who are straight-laced, who are part of the dominant community, pause to think, who knew that, maybe disability is not a negative thing? Who knew that maybe being Black or brown is not a negative thing? Who knew if not speaking English was not a negative thing? These are all the kinds of challenges that a concept like kaleidoscopic fecundity, I think, can help people recognize where they have failed to recognize the imago Dei in a sister and a brother, in these others who share the space with us as human beings. That concern for the creation at large comes also on the heels of climate vulnerability. There's a significant amount of work that's been done both at the international level by the World Health Organization, by the United Nations, arenas on focus on climate vulnerability itself specifically. They use these terms. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities recognizes as well the challenges that climate change will present, particularly to populations that have insufficient available escape routes and methods in place to support them. Hurricane Katrina is a perfect example of how persons with disabilities and Black and brown people greatly among them, who could not escape the flooding. They could not get out because there was no plan in place. So the World Health Organization and the United Nations has put together this disaster mitigation set of plans. And what they're doing, which is to be applauded, is they're going to persons who are most vulnerable in these most vulnerable geographic locations. So if you live near sea level, if you live near an active volcano, the UN is sending people to those locations because invariably there are people with disability living there already, whether it's by accident, by birth, or by age. And they're asking those folks, can you help us develop a plan for you should the inevitable happen sooner rather than later? Or if we haven't been thinking about this with you, help us devise a plan. Because as it turns out, they are realizing, they meaning the powers of the United Nations and other international organizations, are recognizing that people with disability have insider knowledge that will be helpful to mitigate the extent of damage and death and destruction that will befall us when the next tsunami hits, for example. They have this program that has as its tagline, leave no one behind. Now the challenge to leaving no one behind requires that state actors and community leaders look first toward people with disability, or those persons who will be most impacted, first impacted and most impacted, to contribute to the decision-making processes about how to move forward in the event of catastrophe. It's a fairly new concept to them to listen to the poor and the most vulnerable, right? Those who are most disadvantaged in matters leading up towards mitigating the dangers that climate change is presenting to us. Building resilience against climate change requires that everybody who has a stake in the future is present at the table. Well, representatives anyway, and clearly everyone can't be at the table. The resilience knowledges of disabled people to rethink sustainable development by expounding upon human interdependence and everyday problem solving in the face of uncertainties is incalculable. The contributions that persons with disability will make in helping to mitigate widespread human death is profound. Planned adaptation offers an immediately available program for moving forward together. Information on development and on awareness raising of the challenges that climate change is going to present to the most vulnerable persons on the planet. The consistent ethics of solidarity, to reach back to my tradition in Catholic social teaching, the consistent ethics of solidarity offers further incentive to embrace the interdependencies of all people within the set of tools that inform the 4 basic steps of adaptation that the UN and World Health Organization have put together. They share this. Climate discourse has the potential to lead to a decrease of adaptation apartheid, is the language that's used in the
I
vocabulary.
am so sorry to cut in. I just want to make sure we have a little time for questions. So if I can just ask you to sort of wrap up your remarks in the next minute or so. And I so apologize that we are running a little past our time, and I appreciate you so much.
Okay. So I am very near the end anyway. I'm on part 5, and that's just
Fantastic.
a wrap out. So it's becoming ever more aware of the increased vulnerability that comes with the presence of disability in a community, not just in an individual's life, but in a community. And that resilience knowledge is there. It's in those communities. And that's disability justice, and a preference for listening to the voices of those who have been marginalized and or oppressed, who have been left out of the conversations that ultimately impact them most. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much to all of our presenters. And I truly apologize for the lack of time that we have. We would love to keep this conversation going for the rest of the afternoon if we could. We do have at least a little bit of time for questions from folks who are here in person or on Zoom. And I'm going to ask Steph to help me moderate any Zoom questions or community reflections. So if you have any of those, this is your opportunity. Otherwise, I'm just going to start asking them questions, but
Here's right behind you. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I was just going to ask everyone in the panel if you could describe something that sustains and brings you delight when you're doing this work.
Hope for the people.
Since like so much of my work has to do with imagination, like imagination can be a very abstract place, you know, just think Willy Wonka, you know, you can go down a whole different lane there. But when you're asking the question of like, what would be nice and what would be great to people who have never had the opportunity to create that space for themselves, and then to hear the dreams that are coming out of the intersection of experiences of past hurt and pain, and then like the journey they've taken to heal and reconstruct, like, you know, their faith and beliefs, and then to say like, okay, now what do you want to do with that? I'm excited about what CUNY is doing, because the people who are in the room and who are asking these questions, like, it's like, oh, great. Like, we're not asking institutions that are rejecting our leadership and our knowledge to trust us anymore. We're not working hard to make room for ourselves at those tables, but we're building our own tables. And we could finally say like, yeah, let's just fill it up with everything that sounds delicious and let's eat it. And so that's what brings me joy, what sustains me, getting to sit at the table with people who are dreaming just amazing things for our communities to enjoy.
Can I just say ditto? I would say that, and building off of that too, the idea of Rose, you offered the image of that panopticon and how much of our experience, whatever embodied marginalization, what marginalized embodiment you have, you're invited to be to think of yourself as policed and isolated, and it's just, I think the thing that brings me joy is fatness is something that oftentimes is deeply personal and embarrassing, and so we oftentimes try to live in the world as if we're not fat, and so we that assimilation narrative that is so much a part of who we are told to be. And so what I really love is just recognizing is breaking out a little bit, is asking for mortar, is beginning to see that these experiences that I've had my whole life are shared experiences, and they're actually parts of systemic oppression that's meant to create an industry around my hatred of my body and your hatred of my body and your hatred of your own body. And so I love this dismantling of the panopticon.
Now I'm working. Thank you. I want to thank all the panelists and everybody in this room for participating. We're closing this session. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we're going to get to our closing liturgy. I just want to make sure we have this announcement because I've been getting this question throughout the day. Each of the sessions from today are going to be recorded or have been recorded. And once we have finalized the conference and we get all of them edited, and we're going to have them all posted. And once we have that, we're going to send out a mass email to all of you guys so you have all of that information. And we're also going to be collecting all the papers from today, and those are going to be posted as well. And so thank you guys so much, and feel free to keep asking questions. And we're going to keep it going. So take a little bit of a break. Let's say until 3:35, a 10-minute break. Sounds good. All right. Have a great time, guys.